Hello, good evening, all of you. Am I audible for you? Can you hear me? Yes. So, a very good evening to one and all here. We are here with the marathon session just before our examination. So, the date of our examination has already been scheduled and published, which will be on 27th of this month. And we only have one shift this month. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ ഒരു ടേമിൽ we only have one shift, which means that mostly it would be cut off ഒക്കെ തന്നെ, which would be in percentage or in marks. Usually രണ്ട് ഷിഫ്റ്റ് ഒക്കെ വരുന്ന സമയത്താണ് we need to see the cut off or we need to appear as in percentile. As of now നമ്മളോട് പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരൊറ്റ ഷിഫ്റ്റ് ആണ്, അതും സെക്കൻഡ് ഷിഫ്റ്റ് ആണ്, from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock. So hope you are waiting for the examination. So what about your preparation? Is it going well? What about your final stage of preparation? How it is going on? Is it going well? I can't see any response here. Okay, fine. Please mute yourselves so that okay. Anyhow, regarding this marathon, we will be going to discuss some major areas or key topics which is compared to other exams or analyzing the past examinations. We know which are the key areas or points we need to focus. നമ്മൾ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് വരുന്ന അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഏറ്റവും മേജർ ഏരിയാസ് നമ്മൾ കൺസിഡർ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഏരിയാസ് ആയിരിക്കും we will be discussing today. And as we have time limitations, and we will be discussing major three areas from the next examination. That is first one, primarily British literature, from where most of the questions would be asked, and second thing regarding literary criticism and theory, and the third one focusing on Indian literature. These are the key areas from where most of the questions are asked as we analyze the past question papers. ലാസ്റ്റ് ടേമിലാണെങ്കിലും അതിന് മുന്നത്തെ ടേമിലാണെങ്കിലും we can see എപ്പോഴും ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് ലിറ്ററേച്ചറിൽ നിന്നായിരിക്കും കൂടുതൽ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് വരിക, ഫ്രം ഏർലി ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് ലിറ്ററേച്ചർ ടു പോസ്റ്റ് മോഡേൺ ഏജ്, and particularly early British literature, romantic and Victorian age, and also modern age, from where most of the questions are asked, and also literary criticism and theory, which is of prime importance. Criticism and theory including Indian aesthetics, cultural studies, etc., etc. And also Indian literature. Indian literature in ഒരുപാട് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് എസ് എഫ് നോ ചോദിക്കാറുണ്ട്. ആൻഡ് കമ്പയർ ടു ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് ലിറ്ററേച്ചർ, ഇന്ത്യൻ ലിറ്ററേച്ചർ നമുക്ക് ഒരുപാട് പഠിക്കാനില്ല, വളരെ കുറച്ച് ഓതേഴ്സേ ഉള്ളൂ, കുറച്ച് ടെക്സ്റ്റുകളേ ഉള്ളൂ. ആൻഡ് ഇഫ് യു ഗോ ത്രൂ വെൽ, നന്നായിട്ട് പഠിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ഈസി ടു സ്കോർ മാർക്സ് ഇൻ Indian literature. That's the thing. British literature, criticism and theory like mark score easy at Indian literature score. Okay, anyhow, we will discuss about the major authors in Indian literature at last, and as beginningly we will start with British literature, and after that our another faculty Ismail sir will join, and he will take literary criticism and theory, and after that we will continue and end with Indian literature. Okay, so before going to British literature, let me tell you about our new batch which is going on. നമ്മളുടെ പുതിയ ബാച്ചിന്റെ അഡ്മിഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ ഗോയിങ് ഓൺ ആണ്. അതിൽ നമുക്ക് ഡിസംബറിലേക്ക് പ്രിപ്പയർ ചെയ്യുന്നവർക്കും അതേപോലെ തന്നെ if you are not at all confident regarding the upcoming examination, you can start prepare from now itself. നമ്മളുടെ ഏറ്റവും പുതിയ ബാച്ചിൽ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഇപ്പൊ തന്നെ നിങ്ങൾ പഠിച്ചു തുടങ്ങിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇറ്റ് വുഡ് ബി ഈസി ഫോർ യു ടു ക്രാക്ക് ഫോർ ദി നെക്സ്റ്റ് എക്സാമിനേഷൻ. ഇനി ഒരു എക്സാമിനേഷൻ 16 days വെച്ച് നമ്മൾ നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ഒരു പ്രിപ്പറേഷൻ എടുക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇറ്റ്സ് ട്രൂലി ഹാർഡ്, ദാറ്റ് വി നോ. So if you are really aspiring for the examination to be cracked, join for our next batch. Anyhow, going for British literature. Okay, so these are the major English literary periods in British literature or English literary periods that have been given here. And the thing is that ഇതിൽ എല്ലാ literary periods കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട് from Old English period to postmodern period. And this is actually നമുക്ക് വളരെ എന്താ പറയാ വളരെ exactly നമുക്കിത് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. കാരണം ഇതൊക്കെ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് it's about periods. ഒരു പെർട്ടിക്കുലർ ഇയറിൽ തുടങ്ങി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പെട്ടെന്ന് ഒരു ദിവസം സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്ത് പെട്ടെന്ന് ഒരു ദിവസം എൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്ന രീതിയിലല്ല ദീസ് ആർ നോട്ട് അറ്റ് ഓൾ ക്ലാസിഫൈഡ് as. വേറെ ഹിസ്റ്ററി ടെക്സ്റ്റിൽ നോക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ there will be minor differences. ചെറിയ ചെറിയ ഡിഫറൻസസ് ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ടാവും. ബട്ട് എനിഹൗ റിമെമ്പർ ദാറ്റ് 19th സെഞ്ചുറി എന്താണ്, 18th സെഞ്ചുറി റൊമാൻറ്റിക് ആണ്, 17th സെഞ്ചുറി നിയോ ക്ലാസിക്കൽ പീരീഡ് ആണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 20th സെഞ്ചുറി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് മോഡേൺ പീരീഡ് ആണ്, തുടങ്ങിയ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ജസ്റ്റ് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സെഞ്ചുറി വൈസ് എങ്കിലും നിങ്ങളൊന്ന് ഓർത്തിരിക്കുക. ആൻഡ് റിഗാർഡിംഗ് സർട്ടൺ ഇയേഴ്സ്, ഇപ്പൊ കഴിഞ്ഞ തവണ ഇന്ത്യൻ ലിറ്ററേച്ചറിൽ നമുക്ക് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്ന റെഗുലർലി നമ്മുടെ സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനോട് അഡ്രസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് റിഗാർഡിംഗ് മേജർ സോഷ്യോ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ഇവന്റ്സ് ഡ്യൂറിംഗ് ദി ടൈം. ഓരോ പെർട്ടിക്കുലർ പീരീഡ് പഠിക്കുന്ന സമയത്തും ഗോ ഫോർ ദി മേജർ ഇവന്റ്സ് ദാറ്റ് ഹാപ്പൻ ഡ്യൂറിംഗ് ദി ടൈം. നമുക്കറിയാം മോഡേൺ പീരീഡിന്റെ ടൈമിലാണ് 2 വേൾഡ് വാർസും ഹാപ്പൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. സെക്കൻഡ് വേൾഡ് വാർ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് പോസ്റ്റ് മോഡേൺ പീരീഡ് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. So from 1914 to 1918 അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 1939 to 1945 ലാസ്റ്റ് ടൈം ഇന്ത്യൻ ലിറ്ററേച്ചറിൽ നിന്ന് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്ന ഒരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ വിച്ച് ഓൾ വർക്ക്സ് ഓഫ് ആർ കെ നാരായൺ ആർ പബ്ലിഷ്ഡ് ആഫ്റ്റർ ഇൻഡിപെൻഡൻസ് എന്നുള്ളതായിരുന്നു. സോ ആസ് ഇൻഡിപെൻഡൻസ് എന്നുള്ള ഇയർ വി ആർ വെരി ഫെമിലിയർ അബൌട്ട്, അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ നമുക്ക് റിമെമ്പർ ചെയ്യാൻ എളുപ്പമാണ്, നമ്മുടെ മൈൻഡിൽ അത് സ്ട്രക്ചേർഡ് ആണ്. സോ വി ക്യാൻ ആൻസർ ഇറ്റ് ഈസിലി. But if it is about any other political, socio-political event, it would be difficult for us. So when you study literary periods as well as when you study a particular period, go for the socio-political events happened during the time, major rulers of the time, as well as major rebellions or wars happened during the time. നമ്മൾ ഹിസ്റ്ററിക്കൽ ഫിക്ഷൻ ഒക്കെ പഠിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഇങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ സോഷ്യോ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ഇവന്റ്സ് പഠിച്ചു പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇറ്റ് വുഡ് ബി ഈസി ഫോർ അസ് ടു റിമെമ്പർ. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ വാൾട്ടർ സ്കോട്ടിനെ ഒക്കെ പഠിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഇഫ് യു ആർ ഫെമിലിയർ വിത്ത് ജാക്കബൈറ്റ് റെബലിയൻ ഇറ്റ്സ് ഈസി ഫോർ അസ് ടു റിമെമ്പർ. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ പോസ്റ്റ് കൊളോണിയലിലേക്ക് പോകുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഇഫ് യു ആർ ഫെമിലിയർ വിത്ത് ബിയാഫ്രൻ വോർ, ഏത് വർക്ക് അതിൽ എഴുതിയിട്ടുണ്ട് എന്ന് അറിയാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് എപ്പോഴും വർക്ക്സിന്റെ സെറ്റിംഗ് ഹൈലി ഇമ്പോർട്ടന്റ് ആണ്. So when you are studying a particular literature or any particular literary period, ഇതിനിപ്പോ ഓസ്ട്രേലിയൻ ആണെങ്കിലും കനേഡിയൻ ആണെങ്കിലും ഇന്ത്യൻ ആണെങ്കിലും, go for the socio-political events happen during the time. Okay, so anyhow these are the major periods that we are going to discuss today. So we will start with Old English period, Old English literature starting from 450 BC to 1066 AD. And particularly saying very low questions or very less number of questions are asked from this particular area. നമുക്ക് ഒരുപാട് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഓൾഡ് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ലിറ്ററേച്ചറിൽ നിന്ന്, ലൈക്ക് പെർട്ടിക്കുലർലി ഫ്രം 450 BC to 1066 AD, പെർട്ടിക്കുലർലി നമുക്ക് ഒരുപാട് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ചോദിച്ച് കാണുന്നില്ല. ബട്ട് സ്റ്റിൽ there would be 1 or 2 questions at the maximum. ആസ് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് നമുക്ക് ഒരുപാട് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ലിറ്ററേച്ചർ എന്നുള്ളതിന് ജസ്റ്റ് ഒരു ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ സ്റ്റോൺ മാത്രമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ കാണുന്ന ഒരു പീരീഡ് ആണ് ഓൾഡ് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ലിറ്ററേച്ചർ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. സോ വി കാണ്ട് എക്സ്പെക്ട് മച്ച് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഫ്രം ദിസ് പെർട്ടിക്കുലർ ഏരിയ. Okay, and now I am starting with the history of Britain. And you are very familiar with the term the Celt or the Celtic Age. The Celts are actually the original inhabitants of Britain from Iron Age. ബ്രിട്ടനിൽ അവിടുത്തെ ഒറിജിനൽ ഇൻഹാബിറ്റൻസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ദേ ആർ സെൽസ്. ആൻഡ് their languages are known to be Celtic languages. അതിനെ ബ്രിട്ടൈൻ ഓർ ബ്രിട്ടോണിക് എന്നും പറയാറുണ്ട്. ആൻഡ് സൊസൈറ്റി ഹാഡ് ക്ലാസ് സ്ട്രക്ചേഴ്സ്. പ്രീസ്റ്റ് ഒക്കെയാണ് ടോപ്പർ ക്ലാസ് മീൻസ് ഹയർ ക്ലാസ്സിൽ വരുന്നത്. ആഫ്റ്റർ ദാറ്റ് അങ്ങനെ അതിന് പ്രത്യേക ക്ലാസ് ഡിവിഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു as we see in the earlier civilizations. ഏത് സിവിലൈസേഷന്റെ ബിഗിനിങ്ങിൽ നോക്കിയാലും we can see the same thing regarding the class structure. Which is even very familiar or practicing today. Even though it is not at all very much discussed, we too are living in a society which had class structure. Anyhow, at that time society had class structure which is termed as druids. The term druids means class structure during the Celtic period. And the people during that time, they were originally pagans and they followed polytheism or druidism. They followed multiple religions. Christianity was not at all familiar, or Christianity was not at all the religion of Britain during the time. Okay, it's only after various invasions as well as various priests came to the land. At this particular time or at the earlier period of Britain, they followed polytheism, multiple religions, and also Druidism. They were originally pagans. And only Christianity reached Britain by the 3rd century of the Christian era. 3rd century AD, it reached there. Only after that, Christianity becomes the religion of Britain as we see now. Until then, they were pagans. Remember that too. And in AD 43, there was the first invasion by Romans under Emperor Claudius. Then they divided Roman Empire into Western and Eastern Roman empires. But in 410 AD, it was the end of Roman rule. So, beginning you can see Romans ruled Britain. They invaded Britain. And coming to Anglo-Saxons. Who are Anglo-Saxons? We are very much familiar with the term Anglo-Saxon or Anglo-Saxon literature or something like that. Who are Anglo-Saxons? Celts ആരാണ് നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞു, സെൽറ്റിക്കറ എന്താണെന്ന് നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞു. Then who are Anglo-Saxons? Who are Anglo-Saxons? No response. Is it because you don't know or Miss continue ചെയ്തോട്ടെ എന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചിട്ടാണോ? I can't see any response. Okay. നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. Am I? Yes, I can see. Yes, Germanic tribes. Very good. Okay. നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞു റോമൻസിന്റെ ഇൻവേഷൻ പറഞ്ഞു and just after the withdrawal by the withdrawal of the Normans or withdrawal of the Romans just before the Norman conquest. Norman conquest happened in 1066. Okay, so just after the Norman conquest or just Romans returned from Britain, some Germanic tribes reached the continent. Arrival of 3 Germanic tribes, namely Angles, Saxons and Jutes. 3 Germanic tribes ബ്രിട്ടനിലേക്ക് വന്നു. And they practiced paganism and they worshipped multiple deities and they settled there. അവർ കുറച്ച് ട്രൈബ്സ് വന്നിട്ട് അവിടെ അങ്ങ് സെറ്റിൽ ചെയ്തു. They came to be known as Anglo-Saxons. Okay, so they are Germanic tribes എന്നുള്ളത് ഓർത്തിരിക്കുക. And they practiced just like Celts. They also practiced paganism. They worshipped multiple deities like their deities named as Norse, Woden, Thune, etc. And actually from this particular period, literature began in Britain. They had some poets who were extremely fond of riddles. This was not at all the time of writing. It was only the time of spoken words or spoken kind of literature, verbal kind of literature. And they were extremely fond of riddles. And we got the information regarding Anglo-Saxons from various texts. അതിൽ ഏറ്റവും ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ടെക്സ്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് first one is about Gildas on the ruin and conquest of Britain and Venerable Bede's Ecclesiastical History of English Race, from where we got the information regarding Anglo-Saxons or almost history of Britain. Okay, so this is about Anglo-Saxons and Vikings or the Danish invasion happened in 793 AD. ഈ ഒരു Anglo-Saxon പീരീഡിനെയാണ് we call it as Old English period. You are familiar with, we have already shared the name as Old English period, and this particular Anglo-Saxon period is called as Old English period. Actually, from there, literature began in Britain. Not in a full established form, but they formed the foundation stone for further evolution or further development of literature in English. And some important things regarding Anglo-Saxon kingdom. Actually, it is a constitution of 7 kingdoms. As it is a constitution of 7 kingdoms, it is known to be heptarchy. It's termed as heptarchy. And the 7 kingdoms are just mentioned here. Go through it. during the offline exams, offline exams, it was asked. But as of now, it is not at all a recent trend in our examinations, but still studied. And Anglo-Saxons are very, very, very a kind of very civilized people, a kind of very developed people, and they were very chivalric. And Anglo-Saxon king എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, they gave primary importance, or they gave most importance to Anglo-Saxon kings and kingdoms. Anglo-Saxon kingsനെയൊക്കെ തന്നെയും they buried in a particular burial ship which came to be known as Sutton Hoo. And during this particular time, by 400 AD, Christian monks settled in Britain. Christian monks ഒക്കെ വന്നിട്ട് they started conversion. From paganism, they converted British pagan religions into Christianity. So, by 699 AD, British pagan religions completely replaced by Christianity as we see now. പിന്നീട് ഈ ഒരു പോളിതീസം, മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ ഡേറ്റീസ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കുറച്ചും കൂടി ബാർബറിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആ ഒരു കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് വേർഷിപ്സ് ഒന്നുമില്ല. Completely replaced by Christianity by 699 AD. And there was also the Viking Age in Britain, a Danish invasion, that is from 793 AD to 1066 AD, and also about the Norman conquest too. Norman conquest also is an important event in English literature, which happened in 1066 AD. So there was a king who fought against the Saxons. Saxons ഒക്കെ വന്ന് ഇവിടെ സെറ്റിൽ ചെയ്ത സമയത്ത് സെൽസിലെ വളരെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടന്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കിങ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, who fought against the Saxons for his land, whose name is King Arthur. Why I mentioned King Arthur here is that King Arthur became celebrated particularly during the Victorian period, as well as after that. During the Middle Ages, he became an international figure. Everything regarding King Arthur starts to be celebrated. Regarding his sword, Excalibur, named Excalibur, regarding his final battle against Mordred, his final rest in Avalon, his love with his wife, his romances, his battles, his chivalric experiences, everything got celebrated, which came to be known as Arthurian literature. Arthurian literature lo ഒരുപാട് works ഉണ്ട്. Go through it. Some important works are just mentioned here. Tristram and Isolde by Matthew Arnold, Le Morte d'Arthur, which is very famous by Thomas Malory, and Historia Regum Britanniae by Geoffrey of Monmouth. Okay, there are multiple works written under this particular category named Arthurian literature, which can even be seen nowadays. ഈ ഒരു സെഞ്ചുറിയിൽ പോലും Arthurian literature വർക്ക്സ് വരാറുണ്ട്. മൂവീസ് ആയിട്ടാണെങ്കിലും കാർട്ടൂൺസ് ആയിട്ടാണെങ്കിലും whatever it is, we can see it. Just refer it and study. Now, particularly coming to Old English literature. Old English had 4 major dialects. നമ്മൾ ഒരുപാട് കിങ്ഡംസ് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, 7 കിങ്ഡംസ്. ആ ഒരു ഹെപ്റ്റാർക്കി നമ്മൾ ആംഗ്ലോ സാക്സൺ കിങ്ഡംസ് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. Now discussing about the Old English dialects. So there were 4 major dialects during the time, namely Northumbrian, West Saxon, Mercian, and Kentish. Nearly all surviving texts that we see now are written in West Saxon. ബാക്കിയുള്ളതിലൊന്നും നമുക്കങ്ങനെ സർവൈവിംഗ് ആയിട്ട് there may be text written in these particular dialects, but all we received as of now, or all we collected, or all the surviving texts are in West Saxon. And during the time, the major genres were epic poetry, hagiography, sermons, Bible translations, chronicles, etc. Not regarding poetry, not regarding any particular kind of fictitious things, nothing at all. They were completely related with religious writing or epic kind of writing. And the greatest work produced during this time was Beowulf, England's oldest extant national epic, that is Beowulf. And other major authors of the time, major poets of the time are given there: Seidman, Cynewulf, and Venerable Bede. Venerable Bede is not at all a poet, but he recorded the events during the time. Ecclesiastical History of the English Race എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് നമ്മൾ നേരത്തെ ഒരു ബുക്ക് ടെക്സ്റ്റ് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ഫ്രം വേർ വി ഗോട്ട് ദി ഹിസ്റ്ററി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. That text was actually written by Venerable Bede. He recorded everything happened during the time, which become an authentic or reliable source of information. So, major authors of the time, Seidman and Steinwolf, were poets, and Venerable Bede, who is also a non-fiction writer or something related to historical documents. Some manuscripts were also produced during the time. There is Junius manuscript, Exeter book, Vercelli book, Novel Codex, etc. 4 English manuscripts were produced during the time: Junius manuscript, Exeter, Vercelli, and Novel Codex. Novel Codex, also known as Beowulf manuscript. Beowulf's manuscript and we call it as Novel Codex. Okay, and also I have told that some poetry was also very familiar or common during the time, and they wrote. Adil two particular characteristic എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. First one is about heroic Germanic. Either it would be heroic Germanic, something regarding the heroic deeds of the Germanic heroes, or something like that, kings or someone like that. Second one is purely Christian and purely religious. Mostly priest or from this priesthood wrote this kind of poetry as part of conversion and something like that. More than entertainment, they were more involved in these kind of things regarding religious conversions, recording documents or recording history, etc. Okay, so we just discussed about, or we just named about the greatest work of the time. There is Beowulf, and coming to Beowulf, what all things you should study. First thing is about, it would be written probably in the 7th century AD. We are not at all sure about. And the major important thing is that it contains 3,182 lines. And the titular character itself is Beowulf, and he is a Geatish hero. And this is not at all an English story. It's a Scandinavian story. The setting is Scandinavia. Okay, that's the only reason why it not became the first English work. It's considered to be our national epic, but it is not the first English work produced. We consider the first English work to be Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, only because this particular work is written as a Scandinavian story, not purely discussing or describing or representing England or their people. Anyhow, the text has been written in 2 parts. First part where we can see Beowulf kills Grendel, a monster. And second part is set 500 years later. I don't know who is just marking on the screen. Let me see. Nice. It's gone, I think. Okay, fine. Okay, so I told it's written in 2 parts, and first part where Beowulf kills Grendel, a monster. And Grendel is a monster, and you can see Beowulf is the first dragon slayer in English. So second part is set 50 years later, and in the first part, this particular Beowulf, who was a warrior. And the second part you can see Beowulf as the king of Geats. I think this particular session is given in YouTube. YouTube available. So you will get the recording for sure. Okay, don't worry about that. So second part, you can see Beowulf as the king of Geats, and there Grendel's mother, who came for revenge, and there's a fight between Beowulf and Grendel's mother, and at last Beowulf is completely tortured and tormented, and he dies. And it admits Beowulf's burial. The important thing is that Seamus Heine, the most important poet, who translated Beowulf in 1999, once it had been asked in our examination. There are major translations as well as adaptations made by other writers and various directors. Go for that too. Adaptations of Beowulf or a retelling of Beowulf. You can go for that. And as it was written in 7th century, we are not familiar about the writer or author of the particular book, author of particular text. It is anonymous. Okay, now going to other major two poets during the time, Seidman and Steinwolf. We can see Seidman as 7th century Northumbrian poet. And we got details regarding Seidman from Ecclesiastical History of the English Race. He is known to be the father of Old English poetry. Father of Old English poetry, not a father of English poetry. He wrote hymns, and it is an alliterative poem in 9 lines, and so that his school or his particular kind of poetry or his particular kind of writing came to be known as Seidmonian school. Another writer or another poet of the time is Steinwolf, who was a Latin scholar, who wrote some poetry like Juliana, Eileen, Christ too, etc. And also some elegies written during this time. There is Old English period is also mentioned there. Dior, Beowulf the Advisor, the Wife's Lament, the Husband's Message, the Ruin, the Wanderer, and the Seafarer. Okay, now coming to Venerable Bede, who wrote Ecclesiastical History of the English Race, from where we got all the historical records of the time. So Ecclesiastical History of the English Race, which was written in Latin and written in 5 books. It's a long historical record of Old English period. There was also another man named King, who was a king, King Alfred the Great, who was a great translator. This is the person who translated this Ecclesiastical History of the English Race from Latin to English. And he translated very important works of Latin from that particular language to English during that time. And also there was another writer of the time. There is Aelfric of Ancient, who is very known for his sermons. Okay, so this is all about Old English period. As I have told, there are not much questions or a very less number of questions asked from this particular area, but go through it. Don't give more focus to the particular area, but read it. Okay, now coming to Middle English period. So coming to Middle English period, from 11th century to 16th century, 1400 to 1550, which means particularly from Norman conquest to Renaissance, which happened in 16th century during the time of Elizabeth or Shakespeare. As discussed earlier, it was also the time of social classes or societal structure in classes: aristocracy, episcopacy, and peasantry. Aristocracy occupied the higher class. They are considered to be the first class citizens. After that, episcopacy, and as usual, who earns by hand or who worked hard, considered to be peasantry, and they are the most suffering ones. Many socio-political events or many important events happened during the time. There was a time of great famine. There were various climatic changes, and they faced great famine during the time. Due to starvation, poverty, and malnutrition, they faced Black Death from 1348 onwards. It was the time of plague, which even eliminated 1/3 of the English population. Then happened 100 Years' War from 1337 to 1453. Just after when 100 Years' War was going between England and France, it was a time of peasants' revolt. There was a high poll tax imposed upon this peasantry, imposed upon peasants, to collect heavy tax from peasants. So they revolted against it. As they can't go through or as they can't cope up with that particular tax, they went against the tax. Came to be known as Peasants' Revolt in 1381. Another important event during the time was War of the Roses. There were 2 dynasties named York and... What are the names of the 2 dynasties? War of the Roses. What are the 2 dynasties that fought? Is York and Lancaster. Okay, York and Lancaster, why it came to be known as War of the Roses is that they portrayed white rose and red rose in their flags. Okay, so which came to be known as War of the Roses. from 1455 to 1485. Major event happened during the time was the invention of printing press in 1456. William Caxton introduced it in England. It was a Chinese invention, but William Caxton introduced it in England. It was asked in our examination last time. The particular year as well as to arrange it in chronological order. Actually, it helped for further Reformation and further Renaissance. Just after that, you can see the awakening of Renaissance as well as Reformation. A complete change, a complete revival in everything. Complete enlightenment in every spheres of life. Okay, these are the major socio-political events happened during the time. You can go for further reference anyhow, going for Middle English literature. As I have told, aristocracy was on the highest class or the first class citizens. They talked French. French was considered to be a scholastic language or an academic language. So French was far developed and awakened during the time compared to England. So there was an extensive influence of French literature during the time. And the major genres written during the time were allegory. You're very well familiar about the term and the genre allegory. Allegory means the concrete representation of an abstract idea. Kind of extended metaphor. That metaphor extended advanced version that we see as allegory. You can see two levels of meaning there. First one is regarding the surface level meaning. Second one is the deep level meaning. So an abstract idea would be represented for us. Two kinds of allegories are there, which are mentioned there, like political and historical allegory, like we see in Absalom and Achitophel by Dryden, and also about allegory of ideas, likewise in Pilgrim's Progress, such kind of spiritual allegories. Anyhow, the allegory written during this particular time was dream allegory that we see in Chaucer, Langland, etc. Dream allegory means the narrator would be falling asleep by reading a particular book or something like that. And it is through his dream that we are going through the work. He would be dreaming, going to somewhere. He would be leading by a gate, and some particular things or events would be happening there. Just after a particular time, he awake. That's a typical structure or archetype of dream allegory. Okay, so allegories, tales of chivalry and adventure, and regarding Arthurian legends or Arthurian literature, Arthurian romances are the peculiar genres written during Middle English literature. Now coming to the major important figure during the time, that is Geoffrey Chaucer, who is known as father of English poetry. Earlier we discussed about father of Old English poetry. So this is different. He is the father of English poetry and the first poet of national importance who wrote about English society as well as written in English. He is the first man to write in English and also to portray English society as we see in the Canterbury Tales. It is not his first work. He started or he began writing in French, then after Italian, and later moved on to English. His French works are mentioned here. He made a translation of Roman de la Rosa, the Book of the Duchess, and his Italian period or the second period consists of the House of the Fame, Parliament of Fowls, Toilers and Cresside, and Legend of Good Women, which consists of dream allegories. House of Fame, Parliament of Fowls are dream allegories. Now coming to his important book, that is the Canterbury Tales. Regarding Canterbury Tales, you should study it in detail. Regarding the characters, regarding the tales, etc., etc. Characterization is highly important regarding Canterbury Tales, as it is considered to be a portrait gallery of the 14th century England. Which all kinds of people, which all kinds of society, what kind of society could be seen or during the period could be seen in Canterbury Tales. Actually, it was influenced by Boccaccio's Decameron Tales. Based on Boccaccio's Decameron Tales or just as an influence. It also had a general prologue where we can see multiple characters were introduced there. The story is likewise 29 pilgrims. They met at Tebad in Sathark. 29 pilgrims plus the poet and the host of the Tebadin. So in total 31 persons. And these 29 pilgrims, they are going to the Canterbury, the shrine of St. Thomas Becket. It is the time of pilgrimage and they are going there. So for a kind of rest or something like that, they Togetherly, they spend time at Tabadi. And like an entertainment or to just pass their time, they started telling stories. So each pilgrim should tell a story. And as I have told, there are 31 in total, including the host Harry Bailey and the poet Chaucer. But Chaucer only provides the pen pictures of 21 pilgrims in the prologue. And within that 31 pilgrims, only 23 pilgrims tells stories. And 23 stories plus Chaucer tells 2 stories. So in total, there are 24 stories. There are multiple characters. Characterization is important, and what kind of tales told by them are also important. Go for a further study of that. And the tales begin with night. There is a character known as Night. It begins with Night's tale and ends with Parson's tale. Okay, just go through what kind of tales are said by other characters, or who are the major characters, how they are being described, or what about their physical features, about their dressing style, about their food. All these things are described detail in the characterization in the prologue. Go through it. Okay, from Canterbury Tales and from Middle English period, we are moving to Elizabethan period and Jacobean period. Regarding Elizabethan period, last time 3 to 4 questions were asked from Elizabethan period, including chronology of Shakespeare works. From here, you need to go for the year of publication. But we all know that it was not at all during the time of widespread publication. Only during Augustan age, publications went so rapid. So it's about presentation or the act of being in the theater. Okay, now coming to the 16th century England. Actually, it was a time of awakening and it was a time of Reformation and Renaissance. The golden period in English literature. In every spheres of society, in every single sphere of society, it was a time of awakening, Reformation, Renaissance, and etc. It was a race for cultural development and education. A lot of literary forms were innovated during this particular period. Earlier, you can see that it was only poetry, nothing more. From here on, we can see various kinds of literary forms being invented or innovated. And also classics got rediscovered. They started to take influence from classics. And they were very curious about the nature of human knowledge. They were very curious and they were a kind of cynical too. Okay, so we can go through the characteristics of early Renaissance literature. Classical influences were there, as I have told. Romantic tendencies, such as the revival of classics. And their quest for the remote and wonderful and beautiful, as we see in Dr. Faustus. Dr. Faustus is actually exact representation of English society during the time. They were very curious and they were very studious about human knowledge. They need to study more. Science started developed during this particular period. There was a spirit of adventure. Navigation started during this period. Freshness of spirit, and they're completely revolted against the past. They need to know more, not only about their society, not only about their people, they need to know more. So they started navigations, they started reading classics, they started rediscovering it, they started producing new forms. Very fresh in spirit. So these are the major works you should go through regarding Elizabethan age, apart from Shakespeare. The Thomas More's Utopia, from where the term utopian got generated. So go for Thomas More's Utopia, in which particular language it is being written, about in how many books, who are the major characters, who is the narrator, what about the land utopia, what are the features of utopia, what makes it different, and also in which year it was published, and also who translated it into English. It is not at all written in English. Okay. So Ralph Robinson translated it into English. Go for those things. Next is about Tortle's Miscellany by Thomas Wyatt and Earl of Surrey, who introduced English Renaissance poetry, who introduced sonnets into English. Sonnet is not at all an English form. It was invented in Italian. So they rediscovered sonnet form into English. And also it's the first anthology to be published in English. Then comes Philip Sidney's Arcadia. Philip Sidney's works are important, and when discussing literary criticism and theory, Sir will discuss about apology for poetry. Other than that, you should go through Philip Sidney's Arcadia and other works, Astrophil and Stella, etc. Then about Edmund Spencer's Fairy Queen. It's not Edward Spencer, it is Edmund Spencer. Edmund Spencer's Fairy Queen, The Shepherdess Calendar, and other important work like Prothalamion, Epithalamion, Daphnaira, etc., etc. John Donne's poetry, who introduced metaphysical poetry in English. Another particular genre, metaphysical poetry in English, and also regarding Francis Bacon's essays, who started the culture of writing essays in English. The culture of writing essays is not at all English. Actually, Francis Bacon modeled it from Montaigne. Okay, so another important university wits. There is no need of going in detail regarding university wits. Study Christopher Marlowe in detail, as he is the major important contemporary of Shakespeare. Go for Christopher Marlowe's important works. Study the works written by Lyly, George Peele, Robert Greene, Thomas Nash, and Thomas Lodge. Go for the statement made by Robert Greene regarding Shakespeare. Okay, there is a statement by Robert Greene upon Shakespeare. What was it? An upstart crow, beautified with our feathers, the only Shakespeare in the country. That is a statement made by Robert Greene against Shakespeare. Study that. And regarding Thomas Kidd, go for the Spanish tragedy. An important tragedy written during the time, or revenge tragedy, particularly revenge tragedy or Senecan tragedy written during the time. Study that too. Another important writer you should study from Elizabethan age is Ben Jonson, whose Comedy of Humor, which is also important, which is also asked. Ben Jonson's characters and characterization is important, as he created his, or as he made his characters with the comedy of humors. So study Ben Jonson character, in which plays they are introduced. It would be asked like in match the following and likewise. And also maximum study it in chronological order. Okay, now coming to the most important one, that is William Shakespeare. Regarding William Shakespeare, regarding his tragedies, go in detail. Don't skip anything regarding William Shakespeare's tragedies. As I am just going fast only because these are very familiar things regarding for you, or these are the things that you studied in your PG days also. Okay, go for his sonnets, 154 sonnets, and study the importance of sonnet sequence, to whom it is addressed to, and also study important sonnets with their lines, because lines of sonnets are also asked in our examination. First 126 sonnets are addressed to W.H., a fair youth, and next 26 sonnets are addressed for a dark lady, and the last two sonnets which are influenced from Greek, and it is addressed to Cupid. He also wrote 2 or 4 long poems named Venus and Adonis and the Rape of Lucrece. Last time, the chronological order of the works of Shakespeare is asked. So when studying, this would be the easy method to study. So first period, it was a time of apprenticeship. He didn't write much important works during the time, or much celebrated work during the time. Love, Labour's Laws, Two Gentlemen of Verona, Comedy of Errors, Romeo and Juliet, Titus and Andronicus. These are the and Richard III. These are the major works he had brought during his apprenticeship. The next time he wrote some history plays and comedies, love comedies, which also doesn't include any important work. But from 1600 to 1608, it was the time of Shakespeare. It was the time he wrote Julius Caesar, Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, Macbeth, Antony, and Cleopatra. All his important tragedies were written during this time. He also wrote some comedies or romances, but still tragedies most important tragedies were written during this time. And the last time he wrote some romances with the swan song, The Tempest, and his final book, Henry VIII. He collaborated with John Fletcher. Okay, remember that he began with Love, Labour's Lovers, Two Gentlemen of Verona, and all those, and he ended with Henry VIII, The Winter's Tale, and The Tempest. Study it in chronological order, at least study in this order. So it will be easy to identify. And also study the tragedies written by Shakespeare. It is also asked. Not in the last term, but just before that, it was asked, which is not a tragedy written by Shakespeare. It is difficult for us to identify. If there is Richard II or Richard IV, we can't identify as they are titles similar. We can't identify very easily. So study it by heart. Okay. So here you can see comedies, history plays, and tragedies being differentiated. Comedies, all's well that ends well. Then As You Like It, the comedy of errors. As You Like It is important as like quotes from As You Like It are asked for the examination. Merchant of Venice is important. Tempest is important. Then The Two Gentlemen of Verona and Twelfth Night. The comedies marked here are important, and As You Like It and Merchant of Venice is of high importance among these. Also Tempest. Coming to history plays, study it by heart. Not in detail, but the names of these history plays. History 4, Part 1 and Part 2. Henry 4, Part 1 and Part 2. Henry 5, only one part. Henry 6, Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. Then not Henry 7, it's Henry 8. Richard 2, Richard 3, and King John. This is how we can study. Henry 4, 2 parts. Henry 5, 1 part. Henry 6, 3 parts. Then Henry 8. Richard 2nd, Richard 3rd, and King John. Study likewise. Give a detailed study of tragedies, especially the 4 major tragedies: Hamlet, King Lear, Macbeth, and Othello. Go for other works too, but give importance to these 4 major towering tragedies. Quotes from these particular tragedies are asked. Readaptations would be asked. Okay, so study these. Last time there was a question regarding the chronology of Shakespeare works. It is not at all easy to identify the chronological order, but you can study it in a kind of list. It's not easy to study the years, but it is easy to the way it was performed. Okay, coming to Jacobean age. During Jacobean age, these are the major playwrights during the time: Heywood, Chapman, Dekker, Marston, Webster, Middleton. Webster and Middleton are very famous for revenge tragedies during the time. They wrote a lot of revenge tragedies. Okay, and their revenge tragedies are important. Go for Webster's revenge tragedies, Middleton's tragedies. As Middleton was, T.S. Eliot was truly influenced by Middleton. He even included Middleton's works in his Wasteland and other works like Gerontion. So study these two playwrights in detail, and just go through the works of other playwrights too. Regarding poetry, what you need to study is regarding Cavalier poets, metaphysical poets, and a blend of both. Cavalier poets means who celebrated the love of the king as well as the queen. Love of Charles I between Henrietta Maria. They were truly influenced by, or truly, what to say, they're truly devoted to the aristocracy. The major poets during the time are Robert Herrick, Thomas Carey, Edmund Waller, John Suckling, and Richard Lovelace. They are also known to be son of Ben or tribes of men. Tribes of Ben, because their leader was actually Ben Jonson. He wrote some masks and animasks and like this kind of poets. Coming to metaphysical poets, it starts with or it begins with John Donne. And after that, they were Abraham Cowley, Andrew Marvell, John Cleveland, etc. Apart from John Donne, questions from Abraham Cowley and Andrew Marvell will also be asked from metaphysical poetry, their lines, their important poems, etc. And regarding metaphysical poets, you can see a particular kind of poetry known as metaphysical cavaliers. They are metaphysical. At the same time, they wrote about the love romance of the king as well as the queen. They are Robert Herrick and Thomas Carey. Some metaphysicals, like John Donne, he wrote regarding religion as well as regarding love. But there are some religious metaphysicals who wrote only about religion. And the most important one among these is George Herbert. And after that, Crashaw, Henry Vaughan, and Thomas Traherne. The most important among this is George Herbert, who wrote The Temple, which is his most important, The Temple, The Collar, etc. So just study the major works written by these people. Not in detail. You don't want to go through in detail, but just go through the names of the works. And also study or differentiate between cavalier poets and metaphysical poets as well as religious metaphysicals also. Okay, John Donne's poetry is important. From there, we can expect questions. We can expect lines from John Donne's poetry. From which particular poem these lines appear, or some likewise, likewise that questions could be expected from John Donne's poetry, and also from Andrew Marvell, like his Coy Mistress, and also from Abraham Cowley. Okay, this is all about Jacobean Jacobean age, Caroline age, as well as Elizabethan age. Now we are going to Augustan age from 1660 to 1685. Regarding Augustan age, it was a time of a kind of revival of classics. Okay, it is called so because what Augustus Caesar done to Rome, the same way it was the time in England. It was a period of literary excellence, that of the period of Augustus Caesar. They were truly influenced by the classics. They want to revive classics. They hated colloquial methods of or colloquial way of writing literature. So they want an elegant style. They want to develop an elegant style, such as in classical literature. They were very strict about observing decorum. They want to write everything in a specified manner. Not at all in any informal style or colloquial style. They need everything to be very formal, very systematic, and very disciplined too. Such kind of people was there in Augustan age. And regarding Augustan poetry, you can see that classical forms were admired and initiated or imitated during the period. Odes were modeled on Horace and Pinter during the period, like you can see the Bard and Progress of Poesy by Thomas Gray. Verse epistles were there, as we see in Epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot by Alexander Pope. Sonnets were also very familiar during Elizabethan age, but still sonnets were written. An important genre which was very prominent during the period was mock epic. Like epics, mock epics were there. In a way, imitating epic, but only about some trivial matters. Not at all about any important events in history, but about some trivial matters, like we see in the Rape of Locke, the Dunciad, etc. Also ballads like Bishop Percy's Relics of English Poetry, Ancient English Poetry. Ballads were collected and published. Ballads like Sir Patrick Spence, the Chevy Chase were included in this particular collection. And also novels developed during this period. That was the major important thing. It was a time of coffee houses, clubhouses, etc. You can see Kit Kat Club, Scribbler's Club, Dr. Johnson Circle, many numerous clubs were there during the period. And also printing became very cheap during the period. Paper and printing was very cheap. And also there was a circulation of libraries, circulation of books. Apart from drama, fiction evolved during this particular period. You can see major novelists of the period. Important ones are just included here. Go through these persons. Daniel Defoe, Lawrence Sterne, Jonathan Swift, Tobias Smollett, Joseph Addison, Sarah Fielding, Dr. Samuel Johnson, Oliver Goldsmith, Samuel Richardson, R.B. Sheridan, Henry Fielding, Francis Burney, etc. Okay, these are the major novelists you should go through in Augustan age. We will discuss the important figures of the Augustan age, starting with Dryden. Most influential writer of the Restoration period. And he was a versatile one. He wrote in every important form, including comedy, tragedy, mock epics, heroic plays, odes, satires, translations, criticism. Whatever there is a genre that was established during the time, he wrote in every form. Study MacFlecknoe, The Hind and the Panther, Religio Laici, Absalom and Achitophel in detail. Every time lines from MacFlecknoe are asked for various examinations, not only for NET, but also for various examinations. Study MacFlecknoe, read it. Study about the Hind and the Panther, Religio Laici, Absalom and Achitophel, and other major works written by Dryden. His tragedies are not of high importance because it was not at all very successful. Only just the Indian Emperor and All for Love is important. The Wild Gallant and other works, it was not at all very successful during the time. Okay, so, and also go for Dryden's critical work, which would be discussed in your criticism class. Going to the second important Augustan poet after Dryden, that is Alexander Pope, who also was a versatile one, but he gave more importance to verse. I can see last time also, this June exam, in this June exam and the last December exam, quotes from an essay on criticism was asked. Quotes from an essay on criticism, from where we know most quotes that we study today. A little learning is a dangerous thing, and likewise. Go for an essay on man too, the Rape of Locke and the Dunciad. Study other works, but these four works are of high importance and also asked in our examination, especially an essay on criticism and the Rape of Locke. Dunciad is also important as the ending lines are important. Thy hand great and arc, the lines are important. It is taken for Niratsi Chowdhury's work as the title for his work. Thy hand great and arc. Likewise, many kinds of things are there in Dryden and Pope. Dryden and Pope chodikada, there won't be any NET examination. So study them in detail. From Alexander Pope, we are moving to Dr. Samuel Johnson. Regarding Dr. Samuel Johnson, he was the exponent of neoclassicism. And he is the founder of dictionary, the first published English dictionary in 1755. He is very famous for the lives of the English poets and preface of Shakespeare. He wrote some plays named Irene, Rasselas, etc., which is not of high importance, which is not very successful during the time. He is very known for the dictionary, as well as he is very known for the lives of the English poets. He wrote lives of various English poets, starting with Abraham Cowley. And the oldest among it was Milton. He recorded the lives of various poets of the time. And also he wrote the preface of Shakespeare, which is also important, where he included the major quotes regarding Shakespeare, which is also still being studied and discussed. So go for, not about dictionary, go for these two works. The year of publication of dictionary is important. It may be asked in the chronological order question. Then the other important works you should go through in Augustan age are given here. You should go through the diaries of Evelyn and Pepys. They were the diary writers of the time. From the diaries of Evelyn and Pepys, we got the major historical event, or we got a first-hand information of the major historical events that happened during the time. like the Great Fire of Lenten, plague happened during the time, etc. Then the other important works includes Samuel Butler's Hudibras, John Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, and about the Restoration comedies of Wycherley, Congreve, Etheridge, Colley-Cibber, etc. Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe is important. Jonathan Swift's The Battle of the Books. Battle of the Books is highly important because so many questions were asked during the offline exam. As of now, one or two questions would be expected from this particular period, Augustan period. But how, or anyhow, study the Battle of the Books in detail about the setting, what kind of battle, and what is about spider and the bee, whom they represent, etc., etc. Major quotes. Samuel Richardson's not only Pamela but also his another works, because all his other works are epistolary. All the works written by Samuel Richardson were epistolary. So go for the works. Pamela is of high importance, high literary importance of the time. Even after the publication of Pamela, there were Samuel Richardson circle, the fans and admirers of Samuel Richardson who made a fan-based circle. And also go for counter text of Pamela. A lot of texts were written against Pamela, like the life of Shamela Andrews, Joseph Andrews, anti-Pamela, etc., etc. Study Henry Fielding's Joseph Andrews and study Lawrence Sterne's Tristram Shandy, which is also an important work, which is considered to be first modern narrative. In how many books it is written, the year of publication, who is the narrator, major characters, what about the non-linear structure in Tristram Shandy, etc., etc. Okay, so these are the major things that you should study from Augustan age. I'm not at all discussing about everything, but the important things that you should keep focus. Okay, from Augustan age, we are moving to Romantic age. So, regarding Romantic age, it was an intellectual, artistic, and literary movement, and it was a reaction against this Augustan decorum. As I have said, they were very much obsessed with keeping decorum in their works. They want to go for these neoclassical concerns. They want to keep and they want to observe discipline and system in every single work and every single word they say and write. But it was not at all like that in Romantic period, because Wordsworth, regarding the beginning or the pioneer of Romanticism, he believed that poetry is not about being very academic. It's about the spontaneous overflow of powerful feeling. What we see, what we observe, what we think. Okay, and just emotions, which is very familiar and which is very common for the common man in their language, not about observing any kind of very strict language, but writing in their own language. He introduced all these things in his preface to lyrical ballads. And before Wordsworth, there were writers who just started the trend of Romanticism, like the transitional poets, who includes Robert Burns, Thomas Gray, William Blake, etc., etc. And they were the first generation of Romantic poets and the second generation of Romantic poets. Anyhow, everything and everything with its pure fulfillment started with William Wordsworth. He wrote about nature. He not only wrote about nature, but also make the people aware or make the literary circle aware of writing in common man's language. Very simple language, very simple themes. And nature is the true solace for every single problem. Just romanticizing nature, just romanticizing human feelings, our emotions, etc. Not about creating something artificial and superficial. Okay, and go for his important works including The Prelude, The Solitary Reaper, lines composed a few minutes about Tintern Abbey, lyrical ballads with other poems in 1800, The Excursion, Odes, Intimations of Immortality. Okay, lines from Wordsworth's poetry could also be asked. Now coming to another important point of the time, that is S.T. Coleridge, Samuel Taylor Coleridge. He was member of the Lake Poets with his friend William Wordsworth, and he was also the founding figure in the Romantic movement along with Wordsworth with the publication of lyrical ballads, where he contributed 4 important poems like The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, Kubla Khan, and some other poems. And he is very famous for his critical work, Biographia Literaria. He wrote Christabel, conversion poems, etc. But Wordsworth wrote Preface, his important critical work is Biographia Literaria, where you should study in detail, where he described about fancy, imagination, primary imagination, secondary imagination, etc., etc., about his theory on poetry, theory of art, etc. So go in detail. Next, coming to the important poets of the time, that is starting with P.B. Shelley. When you are studying romantic poets, go for all the odes written by the romantic poets, including Shelley, Keats, etc. Okay, regarding P.B. Shelley, John Keats, etc., they also contributed to literary criticism, like his Defense of Poetry, which was published posthumously. He was also known to be Mad Shelley or the Eton atheist. His pseudonym was Victor. Important sonnets are just mentioned here, but anyhow, go for his odes too, like Ode to the West Wind, etc. Okay, regarding Keats, also do the same. Study his odes. He wrote a number of odes. Ode to Psyche, Ode on Aggression, Ode on Indolence, Ode on Melancholy, Ode to a Nightingale, Ode to Autumn. Read the odes, because lines from these odes could be asked. Ode on Aggression and Ode to the West Wind, Ode on Melancholy are the repeatedly asked odes in our examination. Study that. Study the beginning lines. Study the ending lines as well as the famous lines or important lines. Odes are really important. There would be massive following, or there would be asked regarding the first line, beginning line, or somewhat likewise. Study that. Now, what about the other important things you should study from Romantic-ish? It includes Hazlitt's Tabletop, Jane Austen's social novels or family novels, including Pride and Prejudice, Emma, Mansfield Park, etc. Jane Austen's characters are important. Chronology regarding Jane Austen works will be asked. Study Thomas De Quincey's On the Knocking at the Gate in Macbeth, about the psychological study of Macbeth. Essays of Elia by Charles Lamb, Robert Southey's Thalaba the Destroyer. Walter Scott's works are important and give more importance to Ivanhoe. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein is important. Last time also we had a question from Frankenstein about the epigraph written. Gothic novel also appeared during the time. Anne Radcliffe is an important person from the perspective of net examination. Study all these works. Give more importance to romantic poetry. But when coming to Victorian age, give more importance to Victorian novels more than poetry. Okay, compared to Romantic and Victorian age, more questions are asked from Romantic age. And this is also a reaction from the Romantic age. It was a time of industrial revolution. It was a time of colonization. It was a time of new developments in science and technology. So, a change from rural to urban. A change from agrarian society to technological society. And regarding the invention of rail, steam engine, printing press, or physically and intellectually, they were completely in a developed mode. Science established during the time. The establishment of science as well as the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species, which is the important thing that you should study. Darwin's publication of Origin of Species in 1859, which also marked an important transition in the Victorian age, a Victorian dilemma between science and religion. Okay, study about Victorian dilemma too, the word. So, regarding the Victorian poetry or the major Victorian poets, you should study all these persons. Give importance to Alfred Lord Tennyson, who is considered to be an embodiment of Victorian age. Study about Ulysses, then Ulysses and Lotus Eaters. Study the dramatic monologues written by Robert Browning. Study about Elizabeth Barrett Browning's love poems, especially sonnets from Portuguese, etc. Matthew Arnold, and about pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood and D.J. Rossetti, who is a main figure in pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. Regarding groups, regarding various clubs, regarding various movements, study in detail. Major members, periodicals published by them, or any kind of exhibitions made by them, major founding members, etc., etc. Starting with Alfred Tennyson. Important works are just mentioned here. Study Ulysses. Study lines from Ulysses and also Lotus Eaters. Okay. In Memoriam, Arthur Henry Hallam, AHH. It is also important. It's a collection of elegies, 132 elegies. Regarding Robert Browning, his dramatic monologues are important. He wrote a numerous work. Works are important, and also regarding his work, subtitles are important. The persona or the dramatic persona who is speaking, the speaker is important. Lines are important, especially from Andrea del Sato, Fra Lippi, My Last Duchess, etc. Lines from these particular dramatic monologues are asked. Then coming to Matthew Arnold, who was a poet as well as a critic. He is very known for his definition of culture. T.S. Eliot called him an academic. So just go over Tristram and Isolde, which comes under the Arthurian literature, and go for the scholar gypsy, Thyrsis, etc., etc. Dowby, which is a melancholic lyric poem. Give more focus to Matthew Arnold as a critic. It will be asked. You should study regarding pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. Every time there will be a question from pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, and especially D.J. Rossetti and his blessed damsel. These are actually pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood is a kind of movement which was created or founded by some painter poets to revive aestheticism in literature. During Victorian age, it was completely dry, not at all in a method of art for art's sake. So some painter poets founded this pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, and go for the major members, the founding members, and about the first pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood exhibition and the periodical published by them. It was of only very short presence. Coming to Victorian fiction, these are the major writers you should study in detail and give more importance to Charles Dickens and Thomas Hardy, George Eliot also. Regarding these writers, you should study every single work in detail, and also regarding chronological order. Every time there would be a question either from Charles Dickens or Thomas Hardy, and also their characters are important. Last time there was a question, direct question, which is the last novel written by George Eliot. That was the question. Okay, so go for it. Here, the works of Charles Dickens are given in chronological order. You can go for it. And the life of Charles Dickens was written by John Foster. Okay, and go for every single work of Charles Dickens as well as every single work of Thomas Hardy. Both are asked. And Thomas Hardy is very important for his Wessex novels. For all these novels, the setting is Wessex. It is setting the place named Wessex. So which all works comes under this particular category, and also the major characters, year of publication, all are important. Comes to George Eliot. Go for these three works. Other works are important, and study the works in chronological order. Last time it was a direct question which is asked, which is the last work of George Eliot. It was Daniel Deronda. Then Bronte sisters give more importance to Wuthering Heights as well as Jane Eyre. Study Wuthering Heights in detail. How many chapters? What kind of narration? Characters? Opening word? Etc. etc. Also Jane Eyre and text related to Jane Eyre or written in counter text for Jane Eyre, in which the mad women in the attic is important. And also Jean Rice's work. Okay. Coming to modern age. Regarding modern age, it was a time in literary history starting from 1900s to 1940s. It was a time of 2 world wars. So the society is completely broken down. It was a time of great economic depression in every single member of the society. Regarding modern age, last time 8 questions were there, especially from WB. 2 or 3 questions were there from WB. WB Yeats in the chronological order regarding some lines from WB Yeats' poetry and so on. D.S. Lawrence is a person who is repeatedly asked for examination, and also T.S. Eliot and W.H. Auden. Other people are important, but still these are the repeatedly asked poets of the time. You are very familiar with W.B. Yeats as a person who founded the Irish Literary Theatre with Lady Gregory, Zeno Casey, James Finch, Edward Martin, which came to be known as Abbey Theatre. And he is also the first Irishman to get Nobel Prize in 1923. Study his works or anthologies or collection of poetry in chronological order itself, with giving more importance to Eastern 1916, Second Coming, and Prayer for My Daughter. Last time, a line from A Prayer for My Daughter was asked. So study it. Coming to T.S. Eliot, I don't want to explain about his importance. Study about his critical works, about his poetry. His plays are not of much importance, but in case if it is asked, just study the chronological order. So how he defined poetry, or what was his view regarding poetry as well as criticism. About his Nobel Prize in 1948 and about his mentor Ezra Pound. About study the Wasteland in detail. Last time, lines from Wasteland was also asked. Then which are the 4 quartets. Then coming to Murder in the Cathedral, which is also important. Murder in the Cathedral. So which all modern novelists you should focus is given here. D.S. Lawrence is highly important. Then Virginia Woolf is highly important. James Joyce, sometimes Joseph Conrad. Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness is important, and also the counter-narrative or the critical essay written by Chinua Achebe in response to Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness. D.S. Lawrence, Virginia Woolf are highly important. Study Virginia Woolf in detail about her characters and also the works in chronological order. Okay, so which is the work that is published posthumously, that is Between the Acts, about her longest work written, about Mrs. Dalloway, which is known to be female Ulysses, To the Lighthouse, and A Room of One's Own. A Room of One's Own, where she describes about, or which is hailed as a feminist Bible, where she introduces the fictional sister for William Shakespeare named Judith Shakespeare. Quotes from A Room of One's Own is also important. Regarding D.S. Lawrence, study Women in Love, then The Rainbow, Sons and Lovers. Study the works of D.S. Lawrence in chronological order. Last time also, there was a question regarding the chronological order of D.S. Lawrence. Sons and Lovers, The Rainbow, and Women in Love. Every time there will be question from any 3 of these. Coming to modern drama, study G.B. Shaw, Zeno Casey. As I have said, T.S. Eliot was not very successful in drama or plays, but study and give more importance to these 3 persons: G.B. Shaw, Zeno Casey, and James Finch. G.B. Shaw was truly social, or he wrote some problem plays inspired from Henry Ibsen. Give more importance to Arms and Men, Mrs. Warren's Profession, Pygmalion, etc. Regarding James Finch, The Aran Islands, The Playboy of the Western World, Riders to the Sea, etc. Zeno Casey wrote some works named Dublin Trilogy, The Shade of the Glen, likewise. Go for it. Study these dramatists too: Christopher Isherwood, Somerset Maugham, J.B. Priestley, etc. Coming to postmodern age, or ending with postmodern age, there was a single question from postmodern age last time, and before that, not even a single question was asked from postmodern age. So considering the latest trend, we can't expect very much question from this particular area, but still study. Just go through it, just read it. So from postmodernism, you know that It was a period just after modernism, just after the Second World War. So, apart from religion, there was faith in science and technology. They believed in science and technology more. So here you can see multiple kind of genres, including metafiction, unreliable narration, intertextuality, pastiche, etc., etc. They thematized both theoretical and political issues. You can see various kinds of innovations in theaters, etc. Give importance to these writers, and especially Harold Pinter, Samuel Beckett, then John Osborne, who portrayed like Theatre of the Absurd, Angry Young Men movement, kitchen sink drama, etc. Study it in detail. And regarding Samuel Beckett's trilogy is important. Harold Pinter's plays are important. But as I have told, not much or not many questions were asked from this particular area. And you have just going through the important writers from John Fowles, who is very famous for the work The French Lieutenant's Women. And this is a fictional novel which is very famous in this particular period, postmodern period. Study William Faulkner, who is an American novelist and short story writer and Nobel Prize in Literature in 1949. Study The Sound and the Fury, about the decline of aristocracy. Samuel Beckett is very, very, very important. Study Waiting for Godot and his trilogy. Okay. And other novelists who could be asked are Angela Carter, etc. Okay, Angela Carter, as she is a feminist novelist as well as who dealt with magical realism. It is also important. Okay, so this is all about British literature, starting from Old English period to postmodern period. Okay, so from now we will be getting, or there will be class regarding literary criticism and theory, and after that we will deal with Indian literature. Okay, so just a minute. So before that, let me tell you is it visible for you? Is the screen visible for you? Yes. Okay, anyhow, let me introduce about our latest batch where we are closing the admissions soon. And if you are preparing or if you are still not confident regarding the coming examination, join our batch for whom we are preparing for the next upcoming examination in December. And as you are very familiar about Aifer, I don't want to give much exaggerated things about the institution. Daily you would be getting these kind of activity groups ഉണ്ടാവും നമുക്ക് അതേപോലെ തന്നെ EMO support like ChatGPT support ഒക്കെ കിട്ടുന്നത് പോലെ you would be getting EMO support. നിങ്ങൾ മെന്റേഴ്സിനെ കാത്തിരിക്കൊന്നും വേണ്ട if they are not at all available for you. Night ഒക്കെ ആണെങ്കിൽ we won't be available. We would be sleeping of course. So at time there would be EMO support and you would be getting daily assignments, daily activities. Like recordings ഉണ്ടാവും at the same time live sessions ഉണ്ടാവും, JRF clubs ഉണ്ടാവും with discussions on paper 1 and paper 2 question papers. ലേറ്റസ്റ്റ് ഏതൊക്കെ ഏരിയാസ് നിങ്ങൾ കൂടുതൽ ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ ബ്ലൂ പ്രിന്റ് അവൈലബിൾ ആയിരിക്കും. ആൻഡ് ഓൾസോ ദി മോസ്റ്റ് ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ് ഫീച്ചർ ഇസ് റിഗാർഡിംഗ് അവർ എജു ലൈക്ക് നമ്മൾ ഇൻസ്റ്റയിലൊക്കെ റീൽസ് കാണുന്നത് പോലെ എഡ്യൂടൈൻമെന്റ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ പ്ലസ് എന്റർടൈൻമെന്റ് എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ വി വുഡ് ബി പ്രൊവൈഡിങ് യു എജു റീൽസ്. And we are conducting an all India UGC NET model examination, which will be available on our Aifer learning app. So you can attend that. Our learning app, download ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ you will be getting it. And also, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അഡ്മിഷൻസിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഈ ഒരു നമ്പറിൽ കോൺടാക്ട് ചെയ്യാം. ആൻഡ് ഓൾസോ റിഗാർഡിംഗ് അവർ ഓഫേഴ്സ് ആർ ഓൾസോ അവൈലബിൾ ഫോർ യു. നേരത്തെ Aifer ആണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ യു വുഡ് ബി ഗെറ്റിംഗ് ദീസ് കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് ഓഫേഴ്സ് വിത്ത് 35% ഓഫർ. മദർ ഓഫർ ഉണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ കൂടുതൽ പ്രിവിലേജ് കൊടുക്കുന്നത് റിഗാർഡിംഗ് മദേഴ്സ് ആണ്. യു വുഡ് ബി ഗെറ്റിംഗ് 20% ഓഫർ. സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് ഓഫർ ഉണ്ട് 10%. ആൻഡ് നിങ്ങൾ ഫ്രണ്ട്സ് ഒരുമിച്ച് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ യു വിൽ ബി ഗെറ്റിംഗ് 30% ഓഫർ. ഓക്കെ, നമുക്ക് ഗൈഡൻസ് ഗ്രൂപ്പുകളും ഉണ്ട് വേർ യു വിൽ ബി ഗെറ്റിംഗ് ഫ്രീ മെറ്റീരിയൽസ്, ഫ്രീ ക്ലാസ്സസ് എക്സെട്ര. You can scan the QR code given here. Paper 1-നും Paper 2-നും ഉണ്ട്. ഫ്രീ ക്ലാസ് കിട്ടും, ഫ്രീ സ്റ്റഡി മെറ്റീരിയൽസ് കിട്ടും, ടെസ്റ്റുകൾ കിട്ടും, നോട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻസും പോൾസും ഒക്കെ തന്നെയും കിട്ടും. So join it soon. Okay. So now we are moving for literary criticism and theory. Okay.
Hello everyone. Good evening everyone. Hello and good evening everyone. Thank you for joining this particular session, which will help you with your preparation for the upcoming UGC NET exam. We are going to straight away begin. Thank you once again for joining this session. This is a marathon session. And the topic that we are going to be dealing with, we are going to be discussing is literary theory and cultural studies and literary criticism. Okay, so if you all can hear me, am I audible? Okay, just to make sure I'm audible, can someone unmute or respond in the chat box? Yes, thank you so much. So let's get straight into our business. Okay. So I hope you're all doing well. I hope your preparation is going really good. And I would like to also say that, okay, if you're not feeling really confident about things, if you're not really feeling hopeful about how the exam is going to turn for you, there is no need for any such, let's say, skepticism. It's very natural to feel like that. When you're preparing for something serious, we all will have the feeling that we are not giving our 100%. There is still something left. All such feelings are natural. This shouldn't affect your confidence. I'm sure you're all doing well and you all will do well in your upcoming exam. Okay, so in today's session, this 1.5 hour long session, we'll be dealing with we'll be dealing with three units prescribed in your syllabus. Okay, the 3 prescribed units of your syllabus will be trying to cover these 3 particular units: Unit 7, Cultural Studies; Unit 8, Literary Criticism; and Unit 9, Literary Theory post World War II. Okay, we'll be looking at these 3 units today. So, and when I went through the question papers, when I went through the last few question papers, I could see that from these sections, from these topics, in each of the question papers, you get at least some 15 to 20 questions. Okay, from all of these 3 sections, you get 15 to 20 questions. In all of the question papers that I went through, it's more than 15 questions, and in some it is more than 20. So preparing adequately on these three topics is really going to help you in your upcoming exam. So 15, 20 questions, meaning that would give you marks totaling to about 20, 30, 40 marks, which is not small. So preparing these topics is really worth it. Okay, there are no doubts about it. Yes. So cultural studies, literary criticism, and literary theory post World War II. Okay. Now, what my first thing that I'd like to address is what is the difference in the approach of these questions coming from this section. So I'm sure you all have had sufficient experience practicing PYQs, going through the question papers. So you might have your own insights about how the questions are organized, how the questions are coming from each section, the different types of questions coming from each section. You might have your own idea. You might have found out your own insights about the question paper. So when you think about these topics coming as questions in your exam, is there a difference in approach? What I have observed, what I feel like is that in this section, you will be able to reach the answers by a sort of intelligent speculation, intelligent guesswork, more than you can do the same with the other sections, because it's not about it's not always about knowing all the factual details. Okay, if you have some sort of conceptual clarity, if you remember concepts, you can reach the right answer with some sort of elimination, with a bit of elimination and with a bit of intelligent speculation or guesswork. So all of those things are going to be of greater help, particularly in questions coming from this section. Okay. Now, to begin our session today, this marathon session, I'd like all of you to look at a previous year question. Okay, just to get your brains working. You might be feeling exhausted. You are attending a marathon session, so just to get your brains working, just to get your thinking right. Okay, I'll give you a PYQ. We're just checking one PYQ just to begin the session. Okay, so this is the PYQ. Okay, this question, this is not a very representative sort of question, which meaning this is not a very common variety of question found in UGC net question papers with regard to the particular topics that we are discussing today. But then the whole point of trying to work out this question is that even if we do not know a lot of factual details, we can reach the right answer for this question. So you might have confronted this question before. You might have practiced this question before, but for people who have not done so, or also people who have seen this question earlier, just try to give the response for this question. Just think about this question. Just read the question and try to respond with the right answer for this particular question. Now read it very carefully. Yes. Choose the correct option in the light of the following statement. So we are given a statement. The statement goes like this: the fact that I'm a black working class man will determine my worldview just as much and perhaps far more than I consciously learn in the domain of ideas. So this is, yeah, do we have answers coming up? Yes. So this is a question, PYQ. And for this question, we are not given any other factual details. We are not even given where this quotation is taken from, who's the author of this quotation. We do not have any such details, but still we can reach the answer to this question just by reading and thinking carefully about the things mentioned in the question. So So it's about working with that particular statement. We have a statement. We have to try to see what is the meaning of the statement, what sense does it make, and see. We are asked to actually find out the meaning of the statement. If we get the meaning of the statement right, then we might be able to eliminate some options and reach the right answer. So the fact that I'm a black working classman will determine my worldview meaning. Identity is very important. The black working class identity is very important. It precedes the external knowledge. It precedes the knowledge that we will have in real life. It is more important than other identities, other knowledge, etc. Okay, so that is given predominance. That is given some sort of importance. Okay, so what would be the answer? Many of you have got the answer right. That is yes. Yes, the slides will definitely be shared later. Yes, so the answer is first. The A is the right answer. B, D, and E only. So for those of you who have not really, uh, those of you who are not familiar with this question, can look back at this question later and find that A is the right answer. So the point is, we are reaching the right answer without actually knowing where the quotation is from, who's the writer of this quotation, etc. So there is always that possibility. All the questions are not like that. Most of the questions, this is an exception. But my point is like without remembering a lot of strange factual details, this section you can attempt the uh, questions from this section and get the right answers. That was my point. So that was just one PYQ. Now we are going ahead with our discussion. Okay, and now I told about the 3 units, which are literary criticism, literary theory, and cultural studies. Now, the terms, these are not important. Knowing the definition of these terms at this point is not really important. So, literary criticism and literary theory, what is the difference? Okay, literary criticism, it is analysis, interpretation, and evaluation of literary works. Then, literary theory, these are theoretical frameworks, philosophies, or let's say lenses by which we evaluate, understand, and make sense of literary works or literature in general. Okay, so that you will have those kind of definitions which are not important. To understand what literary criticism and what literary theory with respect to syllabi in general, be it university syllabus or be it the syllabus for our net, literary criticism is what the kind of criticism, the kind of theory which existed before the advent of what is called literary theory. Okay, so the kind of literary frameworks or literary critical models which existed before the advent of theory is called literary criticism. And after World War II, around that time during 1950s and 60s, a lot of theories came about because that was the reason was, science had a lot of theories. So humanities people were also they also wanted to integrate theories in their research and study. So we have so many literary theories which came in the 1960s, 50s, etc. Structuralism, post-structuralism, deconstruction, uh, psychoanalysis, feminist criticism, all such theories. So before this, what existed before the advent or emergence of theory in the um, study of English literature is called literary criticism. So in literary criticism, we would be looking at the criticism of Plato, Aristotle, Horace Longinus, then Wordsworth, Shelley, Dryden, etc. Okay, and cultural studies, what we would want a definition of cultural studies. Okay, so what is the definition given here? Cultural studies examines culture as a site of power, ideology, identity. Okay, so the subject of examination in the discipline of cultural studies is not just literature, not just text. Text will have a lot of other meanings. It goes beyond our normative understanding of written text when it comes to cultural studies. It includes a lot of other things. Okay, so that's about it. So by literary criticism, we mean what some people refer to as the liberal humanist phase of the discipline of English studies. By liberal humanism, uh, we mean again the same thing. What existed before the emergence of theory. Okay. Now, literary criticism. Okay. Literary criticism, we are just going to look at, we're not going in detail with respect to literary criticism. We'll just be looking at the important critics and their works. We are not going to the details. Okay. So you have some, maybe some 10, 15 people you'll have to study with respect to literary, under the topic literary criticism. Now we are just mentioning the names of people prominent with respect to the section called literary criticism. Okay. Now, first one, you have Plato. Plato's important work being the Republic. Okay. So he talks about the concept of mimesis, and you know that poets were banned from the Republic of Plato. Then the second one is Aristotle, his important work being Poetics. He also talks about mimesis, catharsis, and his most important concept or conceptualization of tragedy. And then you have Sir Philip Sidney. Sir Philip Sidney, his important work being an apology for poetry. You have John Dryden, his important work being an essay of dramatic poesy. Then you have Samuel Johnson, who wrote Preface to Shakespeare. William Wordsworth, who wrote Preface to Lyrical Ballads. Then Matthew Arnold. In the modern period, you have Matthew Arnold, T.S. Eliot, etc. So all these people come under the category of literary criticism. So you all might be familiar with their works, the names of their works, what are the important concepts in these works, etc. Okay. Now you have people like I.A. Richards, F.R. Lewis, Clement Brooks, W.K. Wimsatt, etc. So these people, they actually are part of the area called literary criticism, but then their criticism, their method of criticism exists independently as a type of its own, as a category of its own, which is called practical criticism, etc. Okay, so this is after the modern period of, let's say, English literature. Okay, so this is about the time when literary theory actually emerged into the scene, 1950s, 1960s, etc., or even before that. So these people, you have after T.S. Eliot, after the modern period, you had I.A. Richards, F.R. Lewis, Clement Brooks, W.K. Wimsatt, etc. Okay, so these are a few people that you'll have to study under the title literary criticism. We are not going to the details of that. Okay. Now, as I told, this category of criticism to which I.A. Richards or F.R. Lewis or Emerson or W.K. Wimsatt or Clement Brooks, etc. belong is called practical criticism. Okay, so they have a category for it, they have a name for it, it's called practical criticism. Now, you know that practical criticism could also be understood for all practical purposes. It could also be understood as new criticism or formalism. There is only very negligible difference, especially from an objective or UGC net point of view. There is only very negligible conceptual differences between these three schools or varieties of criticism. So we can understand that there is no harm in understanding that all these three varieties of criticism are almost the same or is one and the same. So they are new criticism, practical criticism, and formalism. They are closely related. They get grouped together, but then there are minute differences. Okay, there are minute differences. So let's take each one by one. Now, practical criticism. Practical criticism. Yes. So practical criticism, be it practical criticism, new criticism, or formalism, what is the fundamental idea? The subject of study with respect to evaluation or criticism of a literary text should just be the literary text. Whatever is external to the text is not important. We do not have to think about the biographical details of the writer, the historical peculiarities of the time in which this particular text was, in which this particular literary work was produced, etc. What matters is just what is in our hands, which is the text. So this is the common point. This is the most important point with respect to practical criticism or new criticism or formalism. It is essentially a close reading of the words on the page. So what is the most important thing? Words on the page. Whatever is extraneous to it, whatever external things are not important, we just subject the words on the page to critical analysis. Okay, now practical criticism originated in the UK. It was pioneered, it was started, it was founded by I.A. Richards. I.A. Richards has a work called Practical Criticism. His work is titled Practical Criticism, which came out in 1929. Okay, and William Emerson's work, Seven Types of Ambiguity, which was published in 1930, is also very important with respect to practical criticism. Now, what about new criticism? Same idea. Okay, no need to rely on external factors like author's biography or historical context. Just focus on the text. New criticism is the American counterpart of practical criticism. Okay, its origin is in the US universities. Okay, and the name new criticism actually comes from where does it come? It comes from John Crowe Ransom, J.C. Ransom's work, The New Criticism, which was published in 1941. Okay, it gets its name from John Crowe Ransom's work, The New Criticism, in 1941. The other prominent writers or theorists associated with new criticism are Alan Tate, Clint Brooks, R.P. Blackmer, Robert Penwarren, W.K. Wimsett, etc. So I'm sure you all remember, you're all familiar with these very important figures associated with new criticism. Okay, so you might remember the terms like affective fallacy, intentional fallacy, etc. Very important terms with respect to practical criticism and new criticism. Okay, we do not have to affective fallacy. We do not have to think about the emotions of the reader. It does not play any role in critical analysis of a text. Intentional fallacy, we do not have to be worried about what is the intention of the writer. So you might be familiar with these terms as well. Now you have this phrase, this phrase called the heresy of paraphrase. The heresy of paraphrase, it's a phrase, it's a term or a phrase coined by Clint Brooks in his very important work, The Well-Wrought Urn, which was published in 1947. Okay, so the heresy of paraphrase is a phrase coming from Clint Brooks in his work, The Well-Wrought Urn. Now, what about formalism? What about formalism? Formalism is also the same, but the origin of formalism, the geography, the place from where it comes is different. You know that it comes from Russia. It comes from Russia. So it's the same, focuses on the intrinsic features of a text, such as language, and all the other extraneous external details are not important. Now, there is a very important term with respect to formalism. It is called a literariness. Literariness. This has been a PYQ in some question papers. The term questions related to the term literariness. Okay. Now, the term literariness is associated with Russian formalist Roman Jacobson. Okay, the term was introduced by the Russian formalist Roman Jacobson in 1921. So the work in which he used this word is modern Russian poetry. Now there is also a quotation which makes use of this word. The quotation goes like this. The object of literary science is not literature, but literariness. That is what makes a given work a literary work. So this quotation comes from Roman Jacobson, and he makes use of the term literariness with respect to his proposition and explanation of this critical framework called Russian formalism. Another important related concept is estrangement or defamiliarization, right? Estrangement or defamiliarization. You might know what is that. It is trying to make the familiar appear strange. So what is the function of literature? It is to make the familiar appear strange. So we might be talking about normal everyday things, but in literature it should sound very grand, out of the world, etc. Right? So yes, so something like that. And you might also be able to relate the term defamiliarization or estrangement with the romantic criticism, with Coleridge's criticism, etc. They also wanted to make their poetry. They also wanted to talk about daily life, common themes, but in an estranged, in a defamiliarized language. So romantic poetry, romantic criticism, in a way, you know, predates this, uh, concept of estrangement, meaning they actually had thought about this idea during that time itself, during the Romantic era itself. Okay. Now, Russian formalism actually began in two groups called Opoyas and Moscow Linguistic Circle. So the people as Opoyas and Moscow Linguistic Circle are two groups associated, or which was instrumental, which actually began the movement of Russian formalism. Okay, I think it was Roman Jacobson who founded the Moscow Linguistic Circle. Okay, your Opoyas and Moscow Linguistic Circle. Okay, Opoyas was founded in 1916 at St. Petersburg, and it was led by Viktor Shklovsky, and Moscow Linguistic Circle was founded in 1915. Yes, it was founded in 1915. The other members of the group, other Russian formalists include Osip Borik, Boris Eichenbaum, Yuri Tainov, and Boris Tomaszewski. So these are the other figures associated with Russian formalism. Okay, now moving on, we have, yes, literary theory post. We are getting to what we normally, students of literature, university syllabi, recognize as literary theory. So by literary theory, we are referring to the movements which gained traction with regard to literary criticism in the post-World War period, in the post-World War II period. Okay? Literary theory post-World War II. What we normally understand by theories such as structuralism, post-structuralism, eco-criticism, feminist criticism, etc. So all these come under literary theory post-World War II. So we'll be looking at key theorists, theories, concepts, theorists, terms, ideas, works, etc. So in the following slides, we'll be looking at theories, some concepts, and important theorists, and very important terms and ideas. There you will have many questions with respect to or from terms and ideas. Who was responsible for coining this particular term? Who can we associate this particular term with? And like in literature, like in the other sections, the names of works are also important. Okay. Now, which is our first literary theory? It is structuralism. It is structuralism. You all know what structuralism is. You all know what structuralism is. The external structure is more important. What gives meaning to things, or what gives meaning to texts or things, is the external structure. Without the external structure, the text or thing cannot generate meaning. That's what structuralism is saying, to put it in very, very simple terms. Okay. And who is the most important figure with respect to structuralism, it is Ferdinand de Saussure. Ferdinand de Saussure, the most important figure, most important person associated, theorist associated with structuralism. And you know that it comes from linguistics. Structuralism emerged from the discipline of linguistics. So most of the propositions, most of the conceptualization with respect to structuralism is about language. Okay, so for something to have, for something to generate meaning, the meaning depends on the larger structure. Okay, for a word to mean something, it should be part of a language, right? Okay. Likewise, for a text or a literary work to produce meaning, it should be part of what gives meaning is a larger structure, right? So maybe let's think of a tragedy like Hamlet. So how can we evaluate Hamlet, or how does Hamlet get its meanings as a tragedy? Because we are thinking of the external structures, which is tragedy. It's a Shakespearean tragedy. All of those things. When we consider all of these things, only can this thing have or generate meaning. Okay? Something like that. It's not really important for us to go into the depths about conceptual depths. Okay. Now, yes, based primarily on the theories of Ferdinand de Saussure, signifier, signified, sign. You know all those things. And what is really important, the two really important concepts are Lang and Perrault. When you go to the PY previous year question papers, you can see that it's there in almost every question paper, isn't it? Yeah, Lang and Perrault, the two concepts which was proposed by Ferdinand de Saussure. Lang meaning the greater structure of language, and Perrault meaning the individual utterance. So if you have a sentence in English, if you are saying something in English, the particular individual utterance is the Perrault, and the let's say the syntax of grammar, the larger structure, the English language structure, which actually enables that individual utterance. It's the Lang. So Lang is the bigger structure. Perrault is the individual utterance. Okay, so you should be very thorough with that concept of Lang and Perrault, because there are conceptual questions coming with respect to these ideas. Lang and Perrault, very important. Okay, and now what is the name of the work that Ferdinand de Saussure was credited with? His most important work is called Course in General Linguistics. It was published in 1916. His phenomenal work, or his most important work, is called Course in General Linguistics, which his students and colleagues published. So it was published in 1916. Okay, so it is in that book where we get the ideas related to synchronic and diachronic linguistic, the linguistic sign, signifier, signified, etc., and Lang and Perrault. All these ideas we get from his work, Course in General Linguistics, published in 1916. Now, in the next point is from a PYQ in which asks to find out the university where he was working. The answer is University of Geneva. So he was a professor of Indo-European linguistics and Sanskrit at the University of Geneva. A biographical detail that, if you can remember, would be it's good to remember that bit of detail about Saussure. Yes. Now here is a quotation here is a line from Ferdinand de Saussure. Language is a system of signs whose parts can and must be considered in their synchronic solidarity. So what helps you to identify that this is a statement from Saussure? Because there is language, there is system of signs, and there is synchronic. Ferdinand de Saussure. Okay, now that is pretty much about Ferdinand de Saussure. Our next structuralist is Claude Lévi-Strauss. Claude Lévi-Strauss, who was a Belgian-French anthropologist and ethnologist. He was also a key figure in developing the theory of structuralism. Okay, his idea was revolved around his ideas, his thinking revolved around uncovering the universal patterns in human thought and behavior. So he was saying there are patterns in human thought and behavior. He was conceptualizing about those, okay, and finding out how the structure and individual, thing is related. Yeah. So one important term coined by Claude Lévi-Strauss is bricolage. Like bricolage, I'm sure everyone has heard that term bricolage. It comes in his 1962 work, The Savage Mind. So uh, Lévi-Strauss's important coinage or term or neologism bricolage comes in his 1962 work, The Savage Mind. So it's a word, and the meaning is, you know, doing things with what is available and not paying real attention to how it should be done according to, not doing things with scientific precision, not paying attention to too much of the technical details, doing things with whatever is available, with whatever resources is available. That is what the term, roughly, that's what the term roughly means. The word bricolage is used to describe characteristic patterns of mythological thought, and the meaning is the skill of using whatever is at hand and recombining them to create something new and maybe beautiful. Yes. So that is about post-structuralism. That's about structuralism. Now we're moving ahead with post-structuralism and deconstruction. So you might already know what these theories do, what these theories are about. Post-structuralism, you might know that structuralism comes from linguistics, but on the other hand, post-structuralism comes from philosophy, right? So that itself makes a huge difference in the approaches, in the writings of these two different theoretical frameworks. Okay, so if you push, what post-structuralists basically did was they post-structuralists uh, pushed the convictions or intuitions or the conceptions of structuralism, and uh, their thoughts were, you know, were proposed in the form of post-structuralism. So it challenges stable meanings, it deconstructs binaries, and emphasizes textual instability. Meaning language actually cannot reflect anything. Language actually cannot say anything. Meaning is constantly and continuously deferred. You cannot say anything with conviction, because you are thinking about the meaning of one word. You cannot say its meaning without reference to another words, and there is an endless chain of signifiers, right? Yeah. So the notions regarding post-structuralism and deconstruction goes like that, So just have some conceptual clarity, that would do. And key figures, one of the key figures associated with post-structuralism is Roland Barthes. A very important figure, Roland Barthes. You always get questions from Roland Barthes for the UGC NET exam. He was a French literary theorist, philosopher, critic, and semiotician. He was interested in semiotics, which is the study of science. Okay. Yes, his work engaged in the analysis of a variety of science systems derived from Western popular. He was interested in analyzing uh, things like fashion, etc. How does the various signs and symbols in the fashion industry, in the fashion magazines, how do they produce meanings? How can we analyze those the patterns in them? He was interested in all such things. So Roland Barthes is a very important figure. His most important work is his 1957 essay collection, Mythologies. 1957 essay collection, Mythologies from Roland Barthes. Another important work is The Death of the Author, which was written in 1967. Okay, 1957 he wrote Mythologies. 1967 you have The Death of the Author. Okay, Death of the Author is a very important work. It actually actually, you know, very important with regard to post-structuralism. Okay, uh, because it talks about the fundamental fundamental post-structuralist understanding of a text, depth of the author, meaning the author's intention. The author does not have control over the text after it has been produced, after it's been published, after it has been written. It becomes the text of the reader. It is reader who associates meanings with the text. All such ideas. The depth of the author. It's very important. It's phenomenal. It's a phenomenal work. Very momentous work with respect to post-structuralism and deconstruction. Now, you know that Roland Barthes begins as a structuralist, and he moves on to become a post-structuralism. Okay. Yeah. He begins as a structuralist and becomes a post-structuralist. So this is a very important work that marks that change. Okay. From structuralism to post-structuralism. Now, what are some of the important terms related to Roland Barthes? It's readerly and writerly. Okay, readerly and writerly text. Then you have yes, author and scripter and jouissance. Author, scripter, jouissance are some of the important terms related to Roland Barthes. Okay, readerly, writerly, author and scripter, and jouissance. Jouissance meaning pleasure. It's a word related to pleasure. Now, what are some of his important works? Other important works apart from mythologies, death of the author, are Writing Degree Zero, published in 1953, S/Z, 1970. The Pleasure of the Text, 1975. I think it is in that essay or in that work he's making use of the term jouissance. Okay. Now, another important essay is Introduction to the Structural Analysis of Narratives, which was published in 1966. So, his important works are Writing Degree Zero, S/Z, Pleasure of the Text, and the essay Introduction to Structural Analysis of Narratives. So, that is about Roland Barthes. And up next, we have Jacques Derrida. Very, an intellectual celebrity of sorts, right? Jacques Derrida was a French Algerian philosopher. He is credited with development of deconstruction. Single-handedly, kind of developed the idea and philosophy of deconstruction. Jacques Derrida, French Algerian philosopher. Okay, he is one of the most important figures associated with post-structuralism and postmodernism, if you want to say that. His important works, which are really, really important. His important works are Speech and Phenomena, 1967, of Grammatology, 1967, Writing and Difference, 1967, and Margins of Philosophy, 1972. So these are some of his very, very important works. Speech and Phenomena of Grammatology, Writing and Difference, Margins of Philosophy. Now, his very significant, very important a lecture which was published later was Structure, Sign and Play in the Discourse of Human Sciences. Structure, Sign and Play in the Discourse of Human Sciences was a lecture he delivered at Johns Hopkins University in 1966, right? 1966, he delivered this particular lecture, Structure, Sign and Play in the Discourse of Human Sciences, which was later published. Now, some of the very important terms that he coined, are, these writers like, let's say, writers like Derrida, then you have Lacan, you have Foucault, then you have writers like Deleuze and Guattari. They all like to develop these straight, but then their works are translated. They might have written their works in French, German, etc. But then you have got very strange terms associated with these these people. Okay, so some of the terms which Mr. Derrida has coined are difference, phallogocentrism, archy-writing, invagination, pharmakon, trace, ontology, and fora. So these are some of the terms which Mr. Derrida is credited with coining. So the terms are difference, phallogocentrism, archy-writing, invagination, pharmakon, trace, ontology, and cora. Okay, so these are some of the terms, Derrida's terms. Okay. Okay, these are some of Derrida's terms. Now, there is another a writer theorist called Barbara Jonson. Barbara Jonson is another important theorist that people discuss when they discuss post-structuralism. So she was a prominent American literary critic, and she is best known. She has a reputation for translating Derrida's works. Okay, Derrida wrote most all of his works in French. It was Barbara Jonson who translated most of those works into English. So she played a crucial role in making the work of the French philosopher Jacques Derrida accessible to the English-speaking audiences in the United States and across the world. So you had a question, we had a question about Barbara Jonson in one of the net papers. Her important works, Barbara Jonson's important works are The Critical Difference, 1980, A World of Difference, 1987, The Feminist Difference, 1988, The Wake of Deconstruction, 1994. So Barbara Jonson was instrumental in translating the works of Jacques Derrida. Now, coming up next, we have another very, very important figure, Michel Foucault. So, yes. So when you hear these names, these people intimidate us. Like when you hear names such as Derrida, Lacan, Foucault, these people intimidate us, because of the complexity of their theoretical conceptualizations. Michel Foucault was a controversial intellectual during his time and even after his time. Michel Foucault was a French historian and philosopher. He could not be just reduced to the title of a literary theorist. He was much more than that. He was a French historian and philosopher. So for the sake of convenience, I have grouped him under the category post-structuralism. Okay, you could, if you want to group him or classify him in any other theoretical framework. Yes, Michel Foucault was a French historian philosopher. He could be a structuralist or a post-structuralist. His most important works are Madness and Civilization, A History of Insanity in the Age of Reason, 1961. The Order of Things, An Archaeology of the Human Sciences, 1966. Yes, The Archaeology of Knowledge, 1972. Discipline and Punish, The Birth of Prison, 1977. The History of Sexuality, 1976. The Birth of the Clinic, An Archaeology of Medical Perception. Okay, so these are his prominent, significant works. So you should definitely remember the names of the works. Okay, History of Sexuality is a work by 1976, which was published in 1976, an important work. The other important critic who has thought about sexuality, the other important critic wherein sexuality figures in his conceptualization is the psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud. Yes, so please please try to remember the important works of Michel Foucault. Okay, after that, we are moving on to psychoanalytic criticism. We're moving on to psychoanalytic criticism. So who's the most important figure associated with psychoanalytic criticism? The father of psychoanalytic criticism or the founder of psychoanalytic criticism is the Australian neurologist Sigmund Freud. The Australian neurologist Sigmund Freud, because he developed the idea of psychoanalysis, which was actually used to treat people with psychosis or psychotic issues. So the birth of psychoanalysis had this particular goal of treating people with psychosis or mental issues. Okay, but then it gradually became a framework of criticism, psychoanalytic criticism. Okay, Freud, yes. So he developed this model of psychic structure comprising of three parts. He developed his model of psychic structure comprising the id, the ego, and the superego. You might know what they are: the unconscious, instinctual needs, impulses, and desires. Impulses, desires, unconscious comes in the id, and the superego is part of the psyche that has internalized the social rules and norms. So id is about the unconscious desires, impulses, fantasies, etc. Id, and the superego, socialized norms that we accepted, that we learned, that we're conditioned to accept social norms and rules. So we have the fantasies, impulses, the unconscious, and what we learn, what we train ourselves with social norms and rules. So id and superego. And how do we manage our day-to-day activities? By trying to strike a balance between these two, right? So that is where the ego, that is what the ego is about, right? So id, ego, and the superego. The ego is the integrative agent that directs activity based on mediation between id and superego. Now he also has got very important, notable terms. He has certain neologisms, certain terms that people associate with him. So those terms are transference, Oedipus complex, then dream, analysis of dreams. So if you see the phrase analysis of dreams, uh, it would be intelligent to associate that with, I would say it would be okay to associate that with Mr. Sigmund Freud. Okay, transference, Oedipus complex, analysis of dreams. Then your terms like repression, condensation, displacement, secondary vision, etc. So these are all terms related to Sigmund Freud. And what are his important works? What are his important works? His important works are, his most important work is The Interpretation of Dreams, published in 1899. The Interpretation of Dreams, 1899. And now, can you think of another theoretical work which begins in the interpretation of? So you have in The Interpretation of Dreams, written by Sigmund Freud. Now the interpretation of something else is written by somebody else. So can you think of that name of the title of that work? Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund. Okay. Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud, 1899. Beyond the Pleasure Principle, 1920. The Ego and the Id, 1923. Psychopathology of Everyday Life, 1904. And another interesting title, Jocks and Their Relation to the Unconscious, 1905. Okay, these are his important works. Now the modernist poet W.H. Auden has made a poetic tribute to Freud, and in it there is a line. Okay, so W.H. Auden has written a poem praising Freud, and in it there is a line. So the line is like a whole climate of opinion under whom we conduct our different lives. Okay, so I think the poem is titled In Memory of Sigmund Freud. So Auden describes Freud as having created a whole climate of opinion under whom we conduct our different lives. Okay, so that is W.H. Auden and Sigmund Freud. His other important works are 3 essays on the theory of sexuality. Okay, so sexuality, Foucault has written on sexuality. Now, Freud has written on sexuality. Yes, yes, the interpretation of dreams, the right answer. Drishya has made the right answer. It is interpretation of culture or cultures by Clifford Geertz. Very good, Drishya. Okay. Okay, Civilization and its Discontents is another work by Sigmund Freud. Now, another prominent important psychoanalyst was Carl Jung. Carl Jung was a Swiss psychologist, psychiatrist who was let's say he was the successor to Sigmund Freud. Okay, in some aspects, he made a response to Sigmund Freud's psychoanalysis. His name was Carl Jung. So he also has developed certain concepts. So he was instrumental in the development of concepts like the extroverted and introverted personality, then archetypes. So he identifies, I think, 12 archetypes, and the term collective unconscious. So he is credited with the coinage of the term collective unconscious. Carl Jung is the person associated with the term collective unconscious. Now, collective unconscious from Carl Jung. So what about collective consciousness? So collective unconscious, Carl Jung. What about collective consciousness? Who's behind the term? Who's credited with the term collective consciousness? Yes, Grishya, would you want to try? Yes, so we'll find that out in a bit. Yes. So Carl Jung, his concepts, collective unconscious, archetypes, introverted and extroverted personality, etc. Now, another important figure is Jacques Lacan, okay, most controversial psychoanalyst since Freud, Jacques Lacan, French psychoanalyst. Okay, Lacan's most important or one of the uh, first concepts was called the mirror stage, which is described as the formative of the function of the I as revealed in the psychoanalytic experience. That is some sort of a description of the mirror stage. It's an important term related to Lacan. Formative of the function of the I as revealed in psychoanalytic experience. It's a description of mirror stage. Now, Lacan has identified 3 realms with respect to representation and experience. Okay, he has identified 3 realms. You might know that, which are Lacan considered psychic functions to occur within a universal matrix. Okay, the real, imaginary, and symbolic are properties of this matrix. So the terms real, imaginary, symbolic associated with Jacques Lacan. I'm sure you all remember those concepts well. Yes. Okay. So those are the 3 realms wherein related to experience and representation conceptualized by Lacan, the real, imaginary, and symbolic. Okay. Now, what are Lacan's most important works? The most important work, collection of essays, collection of his most important collection is called Écrits, which was published in 1966. Jacques Lacan, Écrits. Now, the four fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis, published in 1973. The ego in Freud's theory and in the technique of psychoanalysis, 1988. The ego in Freud's theory and in the technique of psychoanalysis. Okay. Now, his famous quotation, we all know this particular quotation is associated with Jacques Lacan. It is the unconscious is structured like language. Yes. Now, after that, we move on to another interesting, important theoretical framework, which is called postmodernism, right? Postmodernism. Yes, postmodernism. So you might know what postmodernism is. If you know postmodernism, the movement was associated with, or it emerged after World War II, after the chaos, disorder, and fragmentation associated with World War II. People began feeling that there is no point in lamenting about the loss of the old world charm, the loss of religion, the loss of moral spirit, the loss of all these good old things. There is a point in lamenting. So they began to celebrate. That's the basic idea. I'm oversimplifying things, I know that, but for the time being, that will do. Okay, movement characterized by skepticism toward grand narratives. So what do you mean by grand narratives? Grand narratives are, the ideas that, or terms or concepts or ideas that explain the world, political situation, political movement, social reality, etc. Like, for instance, Christianity, communism, etc. are grand narratives. So one of the key features, peculiarities of postmodernism is the skepticism towards grand narratives. Then there is playful with regard to text. In postmodernist text, you can see playful intertextuality, and there would be the fragmentation of the world would be reflected in text as well. And like in post-structuralism, there is instability of meaning and subjective experience is given importance. One of the most important figures people associated with post-modernism is Jean-Francois Lyotard. Lyotard is the most important theorist associated with the development of postmodernism. His important work was titled The Postmodern Condition, a Report on Knowledge, published in 1979. Postmodern Condition, a Report on Knowledge. Subtitle is a report on knowledge. Okay. It is in that work we see this phrase incredulity towards meta-narratives. So it is in Lyotard's Postmodern Condition that we see the phrase incredulity towards meta-narratives. Okay. So what people outgrew the need for meta narratives because there was this emergence, advent of a lot of technology, scientific progress, etc. So they did not any longer needed these grand narratives. So little narratives, they felt like little narratives would do. Little narratives to explain the world, supported by technology, etc. So people outgrew the need for meta-narratives. That is why incredulity towards meta-narratives. Another important figure is Habermas, like Jürgen Habermas. So Habermas, most important concept is, I think, public sphere. He is also an important figure related to cultural studies. Jürgen Habermas. So Habermas was a German philosopher and social theorist. So his important conceptualizations are regarding communicative rationality and the idea of public sphere. So public sphere, you hear public sphere, you should remember Habermas. Habermas, public sphere. Okay. Now he was associated with Frankfurt School. So Frankfurt School is again related to cultural studies and Marxist. Is it? Okay. So Frankfurt School, which we will see in a bit. So Habermas also worked as Theodor Adorno's assistant at the Institute of Social Research. The Institute for Social Research is another name for the Frankfurt School, I think. Yes, Institute of Social Research is the Frankfurt School. Okay, now Habermas was an assistant to Theodor Adorno, who was also part of the Frankfurt School. Now, what are Habermas's important works? Which are Habermas's important works? The Structural Transformation of the Public Sphere, written in 1962, The Theory of Communicative Action, 1981, Between Facts and Norms, 1992, The Philosophical Discourse of Modernity, 1985. So these are his important works. Okay. So first we talked about Lyotard, the postmodern condition. Now Habermas was part of Frankfurt School, who was related to Theodor Adorno, and his important works are this Structural Transformation of Public Sphere, Theory of Communicative Action, Between Facts and Norms, Philosophical Discourse of Modernity. Now you might have heard the phrase modernity as an unfinished project. So who's behind this particular phrase, modernity as an unfinished project? Okay, so that phrase also comes from our man Habermas, modernity as an unfinished project. So why do we say that modernity is why does he say that modernity is an unfinished project? Because the goals of modernity, such as reason, science, and universal morality, have not been fully achieved. That's why modernity is an unfinished project. There is still so much work to be done with with this idea of achieving reason, science, and universal morality. We've not achieved it. He realizes that, and he proposes this particular phrase, which is modernity as an unfinished project. Now, another very important key figure associated with postmodernism is Jean Baudrillard. So Lyotard, Habermas, now Baudrillard. Baudrillard was a French sociologist and philosopher. He was a French sociologist and philosopher. He was also interested in cultural studies. Okay. Now, what are his important areas? What was he interested in? What work did he do? So he was best known for his analysis of media, contemporary culture, technological communication, as well as his formulation of concepts such as hyperreality. Now, a very important term that we associate with Mr. Baudrillard is hyperreality. Okay, hyperreality. Yes. Now, what are some of his important works? His important works are Seduction, 1978, Simulacra and Simulation, 1981, America, 1986, and The Gulf War Did Not Take Place, 1991. Simulacra and Simulation, The Gulf War Did Not Take Place, Seduction, etc. are his important works. Now, what do we mean by the term simulacra? Simulacra, what does it mean? Simulacra, what does it mean? It refers to the representation or imitation of reality, often to the point where the original is lost or becomes irrelevant. So this might be in the context of the advent of, let's say, TV or videography, etc. So this idea still holds true. So if we have an accident, now the social media is all, there is a lot of CCTV visuals coming up in our social media feeds, right? So it feels like they are more real than what has really happened, right? We give much more priority to these mediated, recorded reality than the reality itself. Okay, these are oversimplification, I know that, but yes, the term simulacra is associated with Baudrillard. Now, the term hyperreality is also associated with Baudrillard because he was talking about wars and how wars were represented in documentaries, movies, etc. So he was talking about these concepts with that in that background. Okay. Yes. Yes, he argues that reality is becoming increasingly mediated through signs and images, leading to a hyper-real state where simulations take on greater importance than the real. So we are giving more importance to simulations than the reality. This still holds true. It's true of our own age, our own habits, also our own habits as well. Right. Okay. Now we are moving on to celebrated intellectual duo um, Deleuze and Guattari. Deleuze and Guattari are very important. They have collaborated to produce some very fine and theoretically dense studies and research and scholarship, etc. Deleuze and Guattari, Felix Guattari and Gilles Deleuze. Guattari and Deleuze, Deleuze and Guattari. So Felix Guattari was a French psychoanalyst and Gilles Deleuze. So they collaborated to found the idea or develop the idea called schizoanalysis. Schizoanalysis. So Deleuze and Guattari developed the idea of concept of schizoanalysis. Now Guattari created the idea of ecosophy with Arne Nass. So there are two terms here, schizoanalysis and ecosophy. So Deleuze and Guattari created schizoanalysis. Now Guattari and Arne Nass is credited with the development of the idea of or philosophy of ecosophy. So two terms, okay, which are schizoanalysis and ecosophy. Now, what are some of their important works? So, Anti-Oedipus. So, the important works born out of the collaboration of these two giants are Anti-Oedipus, written in 1972, 1,000 Platos, written in 1980, and Capitalism and Schizophrenia, written in 1968. Okay, so important works are Anti-Oedipus 1972, 1,000 Platos written in 1980, and Capitalism and Schizophrenia 1968. Now there is one more work by Deleuze and Guattari. It has got Kafka in it. Now give me the title of the work with Kafka in it. Kafka. Yes. So they have a work with the name Kafka in it. Please give me the title of that particular work. Now, important works are Anti-Oedipus, 1,000 Platos, Capitalism and Schizophrenia, and the work with Kafka in it. Okay. Now, okay. Desiring production. Okay. Desiring production is a concept developed by Deleuze and Guattari in their book Anti-Oedipus. So that's a term. That's a coinage. Desiring production. So in one net exam, the term given was desiring machine or something. So that falls under this idea of desiring production. So they come from the duo Deleuze and Guattari. It finds mention in their book Anti-Oedipus, published in 1972. Okay. Now there is also one more term which comes, I think, in 1,000 Platos. In 1,000 Platos, there is another term. Yes, that also people can say. Yes. What is the term in 1,000 Platos? 1,000 Platos, there is a term, just like there's a coinage. Yes, and the work with Kafka's name is Kafka Toward a Minor Literature. Kafka Toward a Minor Literature. Kafka Toward a Minor Literature is a work by Deleuze and Guattari, and like Anti-Oedipus and 1,000 Platos. So 1,000 Platos is a very important term. It is rhizome. Rhizome is a term which you can find in, it's a term that they develop in 1,000 Platos. Okay. Now, a last point that I've got in my slide about postmodernism is this is from a PYQ. In 1917, Rudolf Panwitz used the term postmodernism to describe the nihilism prevalent in 20th century Western culture, a concept influenced by the work of Nietzsche. Okay, this is from a PYQ. Rudolf Panwitz, postmodernism, nihilism prevalent in the 20th century Western culture. Now we're moving on to another most fascinating theoretical framework. It's called post-colonial criticism. Yes, post-colonial. Oh, it's already, we are left with, yes, post-colonial criticism. You know what post-colonial criticism is? Okay, basically they try to uh, analyze how colonialism affects literature identities, power structures, etc. in colonized societies. So basically, they rejected the universalist, timeless notions associated with the Western English canon. Yes, who are some of the prominent post-colonialists? Frantz Fanon is an important post-colonialist, very important writer. Frantz Fanon, a West Indian psychiatrist from the French colony of Martinique. Okay, what are Frantz Fanon's important works? Black Skin, White Marks, 1952. His most important work, The Wretched of the Earth, 1961. Towards the African Revolution and a Dying Colonialism. So after, he was one of the foundational figures associated with post-structuralism. After that, we have Edward Said. Edward Said, Palestinian American academic and political activist. Okay, he is best known for his work Orientalism, published in 1978. Orientalism in 1978. So you know the important idea which is being proposed in Orientalism, how the Western world sees the Orient or the Eastern world and the people, etc. Okay. Yes. Now his works are Orientalism, 1978. Culture and Imperialism, 1993. Culture and Imperialism. Okay. And the Question of Palestine, 1970. Now, after that, we have the Indian literary critic, Indian origin literary critic. Yes, Gayatri Chakrabarti, Spivak, literary theorist, feminist critic, post-colonial theorist, and she is also associated with deconstruction or the philosophy of deconstruction. She calls her strand of deconstructive criticism as interventionist. Okay, she's also credited with the translation of Derrida's Of Grammatology, and she has written works like In Other Worlds, Essays in Cultural Politics, The Post-Colonial Critic, Thinking Academic Freedom in Gendered Post-Coloniality, A Critique of Post-Colonial Reason. Then you have Depth of a Discipline, 2003, very important work, like Depth of a Discipline and Other Asias. Okay, so apart from translating Derrida, apart from translating Of Grammatology, she has translated fiction of the Bengali author Mahasweta Devi. She has translated the fiction of novels of Mahasweta Devi and the poetry of Bengali poet Rama Prasad Sen. So apart from translating Derrida. Okay. Okay, now we have Amy Césaire. Amy Césaire, the poet, essayist, and statesman from Martinique. So it's very important, another important figure associated with post-colonial criticism. Okay, so that's something has mixed up in the slide. Okay, now another important work of Spivak's Can the Subaltern Speak, 1988. Then Spivak coined the term strategic essentialism. Now, after Spivak, we have another giant of Indian origin, intellectual of Indian origin, Homi Bhabha. So, what is important about Homi Bhabha? You have to remember his works and his terms. Okay, so he has developed a number of terms, a number of key concepts, which are hybridity, mimicry, difference, and ambivalence. So, all these terms describe the ways in which colonized people have resisted the power of the colonizer. Okay, so mimicry, ambivalence, hybridity, etc. Mimicry, and he also has another term called the third space. The third space. So third space is also another term from Homi Bhabha, Homi K. Bhabha. Now the term third space is also finds mentioned in the works of another sociologist called Edward W. Soja. Okay, third space is used both by Homi Bhabha and Edward W. Soja. So, third space acts as an ambiguous area that develops when two or more individuals or cultures interact. So, that is the idea of third space according to Bhabha. Now, there is in the social sciences that term is used by a person called Edward W. Soja. So, that's also a PYQ. Okay, so he has slightly tweaked Bhabha's approaches or understanding of third space to fit his notions of space, action, and representation. The name Soja is very important. He was a prominent figure in critical geography. So his ideas, his work is on the area called spatial justice. So his work is on the area called spatial justice. Okay. So you have Bhabha and you have Edward W. Soja, both working on the terms, both having conceptualization on the term third space. Now, Yugiwa Thiong'o. So you might remember this name, very, very prominent African author, academic, intellectual, novelist, Yugiwa Thiong'o. Yugiwa Thiong'o passed away last week. Yeah, on 28th May. On 28th May, he passed away. So he is a very prominent novelist and critic and important figure in modern African literature. So his works are Yugiwa Thiong'o. His works are a grain of wheat, the river between, weep not child. So these are fictional works, and his critical works are decolonizing the mind, the politics of language in African literature, and the language of languages, which was published in 2023. Okay. Now, Aimé Césaire was a French poet, author, and politician for Martinique. So, what is Aimé Césaire important for? He was one of the founders of the Negritude movement in Francophone literature. So, he was a person of literature, but then his importance in theory was he was one of the founders of Negritude movement, and he coined the word Negritude. Okay, he coined the word Negritude. His importance in theory is his work Discourse on Colonialism, 1950. Discourse on Colonialism is by Aimé Césaire. Discourse on Colonialism, published in 1950, is by Aimé Césaire. So you might find this question uh, in questions to arrange works chronologically. You have some works by Homi Bhabha, you have work by Frantz Fanon, you have this particular work by Aimé Césaire, and you might have to arrange them chronologically. Now, you might have heard of the term imagined communities. It comes from the person Benedict Anderson. Then I'm sure you have heard of terms, you've seen this particular work in various net question papers, Masks of Conquest, Literary Study and British Rule. Okay, Masks of Conquest, Literary Study and British Rule. It's from Gauri Vishwanathan. Masks of Conquest, Literary Study and British Rule, 1989, from Gauri Vishwanathan. Now, there is one work which finds mention in a net question paper. It is Colonial Desire, Hybridity in Theory, Race and Culture, 1994. To remember the name of the author, Robert J.C. Young. Robert J.C. Young, and the work is Colonial Desire. Now we are moving on to feminist criticism. You have a few names associated with feminist criticism. The first one in my slide being Elaine Showalter. She was important for developing the concept of gynocritics, which meaning women as writers, analysis of women as writers, gynocriticism. Her important works are a literature of their own, towards feminist poetics, the female malady, inventing herself, teaching literature, a jury of her peers. Yes, so all of these are her important works: literature of their own, feminist poetics, female malady, inventing herself, a jury of her peers, etc. Up next comes Judith Butler, very important scholar. Okay, Judith Butler, American feminist philosopher, gender studies scholar. Her important term is gender performativity. This term is associated with Judith Butler, and the term is gender performativity. And her important works are Subjects of Desire. Then her phenomenal work, groundbreaking work, which was instrumental which was very important in the feminist movement, which is the gender trouble, subjects of desire, bodies that matter, on the discursive limits of sex, and her 2004 work, Undoing Gender. Now, she has another work which is not related to gender, which is Precarious Life, the Powers of Mourning and Violence. It's a very interesting essay. And then there is Who's Afraid of Gender, a very recent work, 2024. Judith Butler. She also wrote the book on the pandemic. It came out in 2022 or so. Now, Who's Afraid of Gender is a work in 2024. Now, there is another point which comes under feminist criticism, which is about Julia Kristeva's theory of Cora. Okay, Julia Kristeva has this term, Cora. Cora precedes language and symbolic thoughts, a realm of raw unmediated experience. So that Julia Kristeva's term Cora represents the realm of raw and unmediated experience that precedes language and symbolic thought. Okay. So before a child or infant acquires language and thought, there is this realm of raw unmediated experience, which is called Cora. Now we have eco-criticism. Yes, you have a definition of eco-criticism, and one of the most important work when it comes to eco-criticism is the Eco-Criticism Reader by Cheryl Glotfelty and Harold Fromm. And you might have seen the next point in one of the question papers, An Introduction to Blue Humanities. That's a book authored by Steve Menz. Okay? An Introduction to Blue Humanities is a book authored by Steve Menz. So it's the first textbook to explore the many ways humans engage with water. Okay. So, Introduction to Blue Humanities by Steve Menz. Now we're moving to the final points in my slide. I've made some points. I could not actually include these points in the other sections. Most of these, like all of our discussion, like just like that, all these points also come from various question papers. Okay. Now, Mikhail Bakhtin, a very famous Russian philosopher, literary critic, he worked on the philosophy of language and literary theory. So always, almost always, you have questions about his terms. Okay, almost invariably in almost all the question paper, you get questions on his terms. So his important terms are, Bakhtin's important terms are heteroglossia, dialogism, chronotope, carnivalesque, and polyphony. Heteroglossia, dialogism, chronotope, carnivalesque, and polyphony. His important work is The Dialogic Imagination, 1981. So you find dialogic, dialogism, dialogic, you associate it with Bakhtin. Okay? Then the other terms as well, chronotype, carnivalesque, polyphony, heteroglossia, etc. with uh, Bakhtin. One of his important works is The Problems of Dostoevsky's Poetics. So that particular work, which was published in 1929, introduces the terms polyphony, carnivalization, etc. Okay. Now, yes, Harold Bloom, another important American literary critic. You know that his important work is The Anxiety of Influence. The Anxiety of Influence. The Anxiety of Influence. The Anxiety of Influence, you have to note that it was dedicated to William K. Wimsatt. Now, another important work is Shakespeare, The Invention of Human. Okay. So all the rest of the points are taken from previous year question papers. After that, we are moving on to the we're moving on to the final section, cultural studies. You know what cultural studies is. You might want to have some idea of what it is. Yeah, how is it different from literary criticism, etc. You have to know about the evolution of cultural studies as a discipline, as a theoretical framework. It's very important to understand its evolution, its origin. Okay, there are a few points related to its origin. It was developed by British Marxist academics in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. Okay, it was first, the idea of cultural studies came about when Richard Hoggart is an important name. Richard Hoggart used the term in 1964 in founding the Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies. That's a very important institution. That is the place where cultural studies was born. It's the Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies at University of Birmingham. And Richard Hoggart is associated with its origin. It's a very important name associated with the origin of cultural studies. Richard Hoggart's Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies, University of Birmingham. Now, Richard Hoggart's important works are the uses of literacy, local habitation, a sort of clowning, and imagined life. I think in one of the net exams, a question was asked to arrange these works chronologically. And these works are not, are not really important works. Okay. But then there was a question. So there might be such questions as well, wherein they expect there shouldn't be anyone making the right answer. Yeah. Now you have a very important figure associated with cultural studies. It's Stuart Hall. So Stuart Hall, Richard Hoggart, and Raymond Williams are three important figures associated with cultural studies and Birmingham School of Cultural Studies, etc. Stuart Hall's important works are Encoding and Decoding in the Television Discourse, The Road to Renewal, The Formations of Modernity, Representation, Cultural Representation. That's a very important work. Representation, Stuart Hall. Representation, the work, representation, Stuart Hall. Representation, cultural representations, and signifying practices. Cultural Studies, 1983, A Theoretical History. It's a book published in 2017. Now, Paul Gilroy is a figure associated with cultural studies. Okay, his work was called The Black Atlantic. His important work, Black Atlantic. Now comes Raymond Williams. Raymond Williams, somebody you cannot leave out when you talk about cultural materialism or cultural studies. Raymond Williams is such a huge figure with respect to cultural studies. His important works are Culture and Society, The Long Revolution, Modern Tragedy, The Country and the City, Marxism and Literature, Keywords, Culture and Materialism. And now after that we have Theodore W. Adorno. Theodore Adorno He was a German philosopher, musicologist. The fact that he's a musicologist is important because he has written so many theoretical, intellectual works on music. So if you find some of the options related to music, the author should most probably be Adorno. So he was a key figure associated with the Frankfurt School. Okay. Adorno was a member of the Frankfurt School. His important works are Dialectic of Enlightenment, Minima Moralia, Negative Dialectics, The Authoritarian Personality, Philosophy of New Music, etc. Now you have to have some idea about the Frankfurt School. It's very important. It's when you talk about cultural studies or Frankfurt School is very important. It was founded in 1923 in Germany. The key members included Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, Herbert Marcuse, and many others. Max Horkheimer's important works are Eclipse of Reason and Dialectic of Enlightenment. So the work Dialectic of Enlightenment was authored by Adorno and Horkheimer. Okay, they both together wrote Dialectic of Enlightenment in 1947. Now I had asked you a question, collective consciousness, to who do we associate this term? The answer is Emily Durkheim. Now Pierre Bourdieu is a very important figure when it comes to cultural studies. He is credited with the development of the term habitus, right? Now you have a point about cultural intermediaries, which was also coined by Pierre Bourdieu, cultural intermediaries. Now Clifford Geertz was an American anthropologist, yeah, and there is a quotation from Clifford Geertz. It is, culture is a system of inherited conceptions expressed in symbolic forms by means of which men communicate, perpetuate, and develop their knowledge and attitude towards life. So this is a quotation from Clifford Geertz about culture. Okay, now there is his important work is called The Interpretation of Cultures. So these are some of the important points, some of the points that you should be revising with respect to the area that have been given for the discussion today. It is literary criticism, literary theory post World War II, and cultural studies. So most of these points that we discussed today have been prepared from the previous year question papers. Yeah. Okay, so that is where I think we should be stopping. Okay, and now you have this very important slide about the UGC NET model exam, which Aifer is hosting on its app on 18th June 2025. You all should be checking that out. You all should make use of this wonderful opportunity being offered by Aifer. So you can find the details in the slide. Okay, it's an all India UGC NET model exam. It's happening on the 18th June 2025. So make use of it. That's a request from the institution side. Okay, so yeah, so that is it. I'd like to stop now if you do not have any questions, and I hope this session was in some way useful with respect to your preparation for the NET exam, which is happening in a few days' time. I'm sure you all will do well. I genuinely pray and hope that you would all qualify the NET and reach the places where you would like to be, where you would want to be, okay, be it NET or assistant professor, or you would want to go for PhD, or you would want JRF. So I'm sure you all would be able to qualify. There is no point in being disheartened or losing hope at this point. as I told in the beginning, it's very natural to feel that our preparation is inadequate. But, understand that it's a very natural feeling, but do not lose hope. Please remain in your best spirits. Okay. Yes. 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 Okay. So let me stop it here if you do not have any questions. Yeah. All the best once again to all of you. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for your patience. All the best again. Good night.
Hello, dears. Are you all there? Have you all left? Yes. So this will be a continuing session and we will end with Indian literature. Okay. Okay, fine. So happy to see you at this late period of time, actually. By this, I can understand how aspiring regarding your cracking of UGC NET examination anyhow. Okay. So just after British literature and literary criticism and theory, you know that when we are analyzing the past question papers, we can see most of the questions are now asked from English literature, sorry, Indian literature in English. And as I have mentioned earlier itself, it is easy to study Indian literature compared to other particular genres, and especially comparing to literary criticism and theory as well as British literature. We don't have to focus many areas. Here the syllabus is very small, very slim. And also the areas repeated for the question is also, you can see the repeated areas, especially regarding trios of Indian English fiction, major poets, etc., etc. There is nothing to ask in depth from Indian literature. That is a major positive thing that you need to understand regarding Indian literature. Okay, anyhow, we will be moving with English in India. And you can also merge this particular paper with your paper 1. Which all areas you can combine it with paper 1? You are very familiar with higher education in your paper 1 syllabus, and what all things you can merge with paper 1 higher education unit from this particular area, English in India. What all particular things, what all particular topics? Especially English education combinations. Okay, what about the pre-independence condition regarding English education as well as the post-independence condition regarding English education, especially commissions as well as policies, and giving major focus to Kothari Commission. Okay, you can combine it and study. So anyhow, before going to our particular topic, I have already told about our recent batch where the admission is very well going to be closing soon, and grab your seats without delay. If you are planning to attend the exam for December, and if you are not at all satisfied with the preparation that you have taken now, or if you are not at all very much confident to attend this examination, just prepare with us. And here we have all the support for you. And if the mentors are not at all available for you, we have a special feature named EMO support. We are using artificial intelligence, where you will be supported by EMO 24 hours. You can ask any kind of doubt, any kind of academical doubt to EMO, where they will be answering, and you will be getting daily assignments, daily activities, live sessions, recording sessions, and also your student growth report. And more than that, we are providing you tutorials. As you are scrolling down, reels in Instagram or Facebook or some other social media like that, you can also go for reels with which you can also study. A kind of edutainment. So use all these features and join our batch soon. And also, there is an All India UGC NET model examination which will be available on Aifer Learning app from 18 June, which you can consider it as a mock test just before our real examination. So join the group. You can take admission with all the offers. If you are an Aifer, you will be getting 35% offer, and we are giving special privilege to mothers. They will be awarded with 20% off from the regular fee. And if you are a student, as well as if you are joining with your friends or colleagues, you will be getting 30% offer as well as 10% offer respectively. And more than that, we have free guidance groups, where you will be getting free classes, free study materials, free mock tests, and daily polls, daily questions, daily learning materials, etc., etc., with which also you can prepare. And you can scan the QR code given here for paper 1 as well as for paper 2. So secure your admission soon. Anyhow, we will be going back to English in India. And what about the history and evolution of English in India? You know that actually we started studying English with the starting or with by Britishers making us colonies. And when East India Company began to promote English language learning in India, we started studying English. And after a particular moment or after a particular period, we started writing against them in their own language. And late 17th century, see, you can read that it saw the coming of printing press in India. They started the printing of Bible as well as the government decrees. Then came the newspapers, like English first newspaper in India named Bengal Gazette in 1779. All these things are mentioned only because there will be questions regarding this, especially regarding chronological order. And in 1793, the first travel narrative, which was in epistolary form, published, named Lenten Travels of Dean Mohammed, by Dean Mohammed itself. And it was the time of Charter Act of 1813. You can see various acts and commissions which established English education in India. And the major benefit that Indians saw in regards with Western education was that there was no such discrimination regarding education. You can see the society or you can see the class structure during which only a particular class or the privileged class will be educated from these formal institutions. Others were not at all given education. But by the establishment of these private schools or by the establishment of Western education by this British East India Company, you can see that education was accessible to everyone in India. And Western education became really popular. And some reformers like Rajaram Mohan Roy, they supported English education too. And actually, regarding the missionaries who do evangelical works to promote religion. And other primary schools, primary schools, they started initially with primary schools, they started promoting religion. And after a while, they started promoting English language learning with that too. Okay, now coming to major acts that you should study. So I have introduced some important acts that you need to cover, including Charter Act of 1830, which is also known as East India Company Act. It was passed by the Parliament of United Kingdom, and they renewed the charter issued to British East India Company, which with the policy continued company's rule in India, which means that they aided the growth of British in India. They even allotted 1 lakh rupees at that time per annum to propagate English education in our country. Financial support was given for the revival of Indian literature as well as the promotion of science. We are not at all very prone to science and technology at that time. Westerners helped or aided us for all our developments and all of our major developments regarding science and technology. And also you can see that Britishers could be placed as an important position for Indian people's education. There was a Charter Act which also passed in 1833, which appointed Lord William Benedict as the post-governor general of Indian Charter. So after that, it entered the commercial contracts with the East India Company, and it remained as an administrative body. And there also, from that particular act, English became more and more popular in India. From there, you can see 2 distinctions, that is the Orientalist and the Anglicist. രണ്ട് ഗ്രൂപ്പ്സ് ആ ഒരു പെർട്ടിക്കുലർ ചാപ്റ്റർ ആക്ടിന് ശേഷമാണ് വരുന്നത്. ബിക്കോസ് സം പീപ്പിൾ ദേ വെയർ അഗെയിൻസ്റ്റ് ഇന്ത്യൻ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ, ദേ വെയർ ഓറിയന്റലിസ്റ്റ്, ആൻഡ് സം പ്രൊമോട്ടഡ് Indian this English education in India. Actually, these Orientalists they believe that they have nothing to Indian languages. They have nothing to teach with people. Indian people could no more be benefited with these Indian regional languages. If they want to go outside, if they want to get developed, they need English education. That is what they believed. But at the same time, they were Orientalists. They believed that they supported education in Sanskrit. They need to be more and more traditional. Okay. Anyhow, that's about Charter Act of 1833. Then you can see, you can refer with Elphinstone report of 1823, and also one more important thing regarding our particular topic, that is Macaulay's minutes. What about Macaulay's minutes? What's the importance of Macaulay's minutes in our particular arena? Macaulay's minutes and downward filtration theory. What does it mean? What is the importance of Lord Macaulay and his minutes? Thomas Babington Macaulay, who came to India in 1834 and appointed as the President of the General Committee of Public Instruction. Yes. He made a blueprint of English education, isn't it? Actually, he was interested to settle down the dispute between Orientalist and Anglicist. And he submitted his minutes. He submitted his minutes on February 1835. It was approved by this post-governor general, that is Lord William Bentinck. And English education was passed in India. And actually, he wants to create a class of Anglicized Indians. That is the important thing. He wants to create a class of Anglicized Indians. Okay, and so that they would be served as cultural intermediaries between English and India. So what his theory was, or what his policy was, to educate the higher class or the upper class, so that they would be interacting with the lower class, and by that particular process, by that filtration theory, the whole Indians would be Anglicized. By that, he can reduce the use of or the support of traditional languages. Non-formal education could be stopped. Religious education could be stopped. And he believed that English is the language of the rulers. It would fetch renaissance in India. That was the complete thought of Lord Macaulay. So he transferred all religious institutions into English education centers. So by this rounded filtration theory, he started educating the upper class, and it will be filtered down to the lower class people. Okay, so that was the major idea or the policy put forward by Lord Macaulay. By Lord Macaulay's theories and policies, English Education Act of 1835 came into existence. Then you can see major other commissions being mentioned there. You can just go through the reference. These are not of high importance, but still you need to know regarding Act of 1839 by Lord Auckland, Wood's Dispatch of 1854, Hunter Commission of 1882, Indian Universities Commission of 1902, National Council of Education in 1905, Gogle's Bill of 1912, Hartog Committee Report 1929, Abbott Wood Report 1936 to 37, Zakir Hussain Committee Report of 1937, and Sargent Report 1944. Okay, these are the pre-independence commissions and reports. And you are studying all these things in your paper one, but still go through these years and chronological order if there are chances to be asked. So study that. And about the major things regarding, like Gogle's Bill of 1912, he was elected as the active member of International Congress. And regarding free and compulsory education for the children of 6 to 10 years, that was made during this Gogle's Bill. Okay, these particular things you should note down. Now coming to the higher education after independence. Government of India just after independence took several initiatives to improve and promote higher education in India. You can see Radhakrishnan Commission from 1948 to 1949. It's also known as University Education Commission. They suggested the integration of secondary and higher education by setting UGC that we see now. And also they recommended it to set up rural universities to improve the quality of education. About the access of education. Then comes the Mudaliar Commission from 1952 to 1953. Kothari Commission from 1964 to 1966. What is the importance of Kothari Committee? Also titled as Education and National Development Report. Kothari Commission. What is the importance of Kothari Commission from our exam perspective? What is the importance of Kothari Commission? Who introduced the policy of three-language formula? What about three-language formula? You people have already covered paper 1. What about three-language formula? If you don't know, just put a full stop or something like this. I can't read your minds until and unless you respond something. Okay, actually, regarding three-language formula, is to study 3 different languages. First one is about the student's mother tongue or the regional language. Second thing is about in Hindi-speaking states, you need to study Hindi. And if it is a non-Hindi speaking state, it's either Hindi or English. And third language means this is either English or any modern Indian language other than your second language. So in a way, you need to understand that you should study 3 languages in total. Okay, go for National Policy of Education in 1968, 1986 and the latest NEP, that is in 2020. Okay, so these are the major commissions during the time. Now going for our particular area of Indian English prose, poetry, and all other things. Actually, regarding Indian English fiction and prose, compared to poetry, fiction was actually the last to arrive on the Indian English literary scene. Indian fiction in English, like other branches of Indian English literature, it grew up under the tutelage of the British. It was completely prone to the British people. And the earliest fictional efforts, you can see that which were actually tales, not at all novels. Tales actually appeared first. Thereafter, novels came to be appeared in journals and so on. Actually, the term that we are using now, Indian writing in English, it was first used by Srinivasa Iyengar. Okay, and you can see the definition given by M.K. Naik in his book, A History of Indian English Literature, which defines Indian English literature as literature written originally in English by authors Indian by birth, ancestry, or nationality. Indians writing in English, that's the right definition regarding Indian English or English in India. Okay, so what about the beginning of Indian English literature is just given there. Actually, novels in the initial stage were brought to the forefront by the writers from Bengal. Bengal writers actually contributed a lot, or they actually created the foundational stone regarding Indian English writing. They were followed by Madras contemporaries like A. Madhaviya, G. Ramakrishna Pillai, etc. Okay, actually, these Madras presidencies as well as Bengal contributed a lot for what we are seeing now. They wrote a lot of social plays, historical plays, and also early appearance of women playwrights could also be seen from Bengal literature. Thereafter, those regional states or languages came to being. You can see the major writings from the early period. Kailash Chandradur's A Journal of 48 Hours of the year 1945, which was published in Literary Gazette in 1835. Then Soshi Chandradutt's Republic of Orissa, Annals from the Pages of the 20th Century. As I have mentioned earlier, beginning works were published in journals as tales. Bankim Chandra Chatterjee's the most famous work, Rajmohan Wife, which was considered to be the first Indian novel in English. Raj Lakshmi Devi's The Hindu Wife or the Enchanted Fruit in 1876, study the year of publication too. Torur Dutt is an important figure in Indian English literature, and her unfinished novel, Bianca or the Young Spanish Maiden. She is more acknowledged as a poet actually. Then Kamala, A Story of Hindu Life, Saguna, A Story of Native Christian Life, Sevanti Bai M. Nikabe's Ratan Bai. All these are also important works. Then coming to the 19th century Indian English novel, it was actually influenced by Gandhian movement. Themes of a freedom struggle, East-West relationship, communal problem, and also the plight of the untouchables, about the poor, the economically exploited, about the discrimination that we are facing in our country. Then regarding nationalism, all these things you can see in this time. K.S. Venkatraman's novel Bunugan the Tiller, that was the first to come under this Gandhian influence. So we can go for the major writers just after mentioning the important figure of or the period of Gandhian ideologies. Actually, regarding Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, more than freedom fighters, they influenced people through their writings. Actually, this was also the period of social transformation and equality. We can divide Gandhi's life and writing into Lenten period, South African period, and at last Indian period. During the Lenten period, he wrote The Vegetarian Messenger, etc. And it was during the South African time, he wrote the journal Indian Opinion. And in these journals, Hind Swaraj, it appeared for the first time. And you can see the Indian period where he started two journals, Young India and Harijan. Study about Gandhi's autobiography, because last time autobiographies were asked in our examination, which is not an autobiography. That was a question. And there was also the option, the story of my experiments with truth. It was translated into English by Mahadev Desai. Okay, it was translated in English by Mahadev Desai. Now coming to Jawaharlal Nehru. He had an inevitable position in Indian English prose. He wrote the first book, Soviet Russia, which is a collection of 16 articles. Then the most famous letter from his father to his daughter in 1930, which includes 31 letters. That's also important, 31 letters. The Glimpse of World History in 1934, which consisted of further letters that he wrote to his daughter Indira Gandhi from prison during 1930 to 33. Dams, the Temples of Modern India, an autobiography in 1936, and the Discovery of India, the most famous one, in 1946. It's about looking into the past history, bringing in relation with that time situation of India. Actually, he was a visionary. His vision of the past seen through the eyes of a man with historical sense. It was the main focus was actually on the people of India, not about wars, not about the battles being fought during that time, etc. Okay, after the influence of, or from the influence of Gandhi and Nehru, we can see Rabindranath Tagore, who is the first non-European to win Nobel Prize in literature. Okay, so then coming to a second non-European to receive Nobel after Theodore Roosevelt. In literature, he was the first non-European, and in total, he was the second non-European to receive Nobel after Theodore Roosevelt. And actually, at the age of 16, he started writing poems by using the pseudonym Banu Simha. And the major thing you need to remember regarding Tagore is that Tagore is always a topic of question for our examination. Okay, publication of Geetanjali in 1912. He won Nobel Prize in 1913. In Geetanjali, there is an introduction by W.B. Yeats. And he was very spiritual. His themes include spiritualism, mysticism, etc. He doesn't include social kind of reformation or freedom struggles in his poetry. He was completely spiritual and mystic. Remember that too. His autobiography is titled as A Reminiscence in 1917. He also wrote some novels and novellas, but only 3 of his novels appeared during his lifetime. Others posthumously published. Gora Naugdabi, which was translated as the wreck. Gare as the home and the world. And he also wrote a philosophical work named The Religion of Man. Actually, remember one more thing regarding Rabindranath Tagore, that he was awarded knighthood by King George V. But it was just after the Jallianwala Bagh massacre, and he just renounced it. He just rejected the knighthood offered by the British government. Okay. Now coming to Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, another important Bengali novelist, poet and journalist. And he is the composer of Vande Mataram. And the most important thing regarding our particular scene is that he wrote the first English novel in India named Raj Mohan's Wife. And it was serialized in the Calcutta Weekly, the Indian Field in 1964. And only in 1935, posthumously, it was appeared in the book form. He also found a literary magazine named Benga Darshan. Remember that too, in 1872. Okay, regarding Rajmohan's Wife, it is again repeated here because Rajmohan's Wife, the publication of Rajmohan's Wife is actually important. Okay, if you have time, go for the plot too. Okay, Rajmohan's wife is actually Mandagini. Mandagini is the wife of Rajmohan. Go through the plot too. Okay, he also wrote essays on society, essays on science, etc. And his first and only novel is Rajmohan's Wife. He wrote nothing more regarding novels. Now coming to trio of Indian English fiction. The most important thing, the Holy Triangle. Actually, the decade of 1930 is marked with 3 great Indian novelists. That is Mulk Raj Anand, R.K. Narayan and Raja Rao, the founders of true Indian English novel. They portrayed the actual Indian English or in the Indian society, about the village life, about freedom movement, how Gandhian and Nehruian ideologies influenced the villagers. Actually, they started writing in the Gandhian age and brought the novel to maturity. Regarding Indian English fiction or regarding Indian English literature, you can see that more than the current or the contemporary writings, questions are asked from this particular area just after independence or the beginning of Indian English literature. So, for sure, there would be a question from the trio of Indian English fiction, and especially from R.K. Narayan. Repeatedly, they are asking questions from R.K. Narayan regarding the chronological order and also regarding his works. Last time there was a question, which all works of R.K. Narayan were published after independence? Likewise. And also from Raja Rao's Kandabura. So you can expect questions from the trio of Indian English fiction, more than 3 to 4 questions. Okay, regarding Mulkraj Anand, he is notable for his depiction of the lives of poor cats as we see in Charles Dickens' works. So that he came to be known as the Charles Dickens of India. His writing career actually began in England, not in India, and he started publishing short reviews in T.S. Eliot's magazine Criterion. He then found the Mark magazine. He positioned various reputed recognitions, like he was the chairman of Lalita Kala Academy from 1965 to 70, president of Logayada Trust. He was awarded with Padma Bhushan in 1967. Okay, he was awarded with Sahitya Academy Award in 1971. And he is very known for his protest novel Untouchable, Coolie, Two Leaves and a Bud. For sure, study these 3 works and their year of publication. Okay, actually, this was the person who really presented what the Indian life is, or what about the untouchable life about an Indian. So, study these 3 works as well as the year of publication. Go for the detailed summary of Untouchable. Okay, what is being mentioned there? Actually, he wrote essays. He not only wrote novels and other things, he also wrote essays on Marxism. He was a Marxist, and also about Indian independence and other political conditions of India, etc. Okay, and remember that his novels always focused on the exploitation of the common man, exploitation of the working class. Okay, he tried to wipe away the social barriers and orthodoxy, caste system, communalism, etc., from our country, and he tried to focus it in his works. Coming for the second one, R.K. Narayan, who is very known for his fictional South Indian town of Malgudi. And his mentor and friend Graham Greene actually got him publishers for his first 4 books, including the trilogy, his semi-autobiographical trilogy, starting with Swami and Friends in 1935. Then comes the Bachelor of Arts and then the English Teacher. His autobiography is My Days. And regarding R.K. Narayan, you are very familiar about. Go through these works and go through the, especially from Malgudi days, you can see various characters there. Okay, his style is very simple with natural elements. He always presented common people and their life with a pinch of humor, with a tinge of humor and compassion of energetic ordinary life. He was truly obsessed with the rural side of India, with his fictional town of Malgudi. Study the characters of R.K. Narayan and study the works of R.K. Narayan in chronological order. You can see the Gate was published just after independence. This was the question last time. Okay, you can see various characters like characters of Mahatma, Sadhu, Sannyasi, Raja, etc., etc. Okay, so that's about R.K. Narayan. Coming to Raja Rao, another important one among these. And compared with R.K. Narayan and Mulkraj Anand, he is completely different. His works are actually rooted in metaphysics. When you go through Cat and the Shakespeare, you can see that metaphysical affection of Raja Rao. He is very famous for the work Kandavura. Last time there was a direct question in which year Kandavura was published. A direct question. Okay, now coming to actually, he participated in the Quit India movement. He was deeply affected by the nationalist movements of Nehru, Gandhi, etc., etc. And he wrote many non-fiction works. He edited Changing India with Iqbal Singh. Then his prose works are given there. He was awarded Sahitya Academy Award, Padma Bhushan, Padma Vibhushan also. Okay, and he borrows the style and structure from Indian vernacular tales and folk epics that you can very well see in Kantapura. And also covered the barricades, the serpent and the rope, and cat and the Shakespeare. Give more importance to Kantapura. So I have mentioned some works from then Rajmohan's wife, then Untouchable, Coolie, Two Leaves and a Bud, then R.K. Narayan's every single work. Now Raja Rao's Kantapura. Okay, now we are moving to some important recent writers that you need to focus, which includes Kamala Markandeya, Manohar Malgonkar, Gushwant Singh. Gushwant Singh is important, Niratsi Chowdhury is important. Bharati Mukherjee, G.V. Deshani, Nissim Ezekiel. Nissim Ezekiel as a poet is important, and also regarding Mahashweta Devi. This time there was a question, who translated Mahashweta Devi's works? It was actually Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak, the post-colonial critic or the subaltern critic. Okay, Nissim Ezekiel is always important, not from the perspective of fiction and prose, but as a poet. Every time there will be a question from Nissim Ezekiel. And also regarding Salman Rushdie. Salman Rushdie is also important. Then international prizes for Indian writers. That is also important. Like Salman Rushdie, Anitha Nair, then Kiran Desai, Aravind Adika, Arundhati Roy, Jhumpa Lahiri. They won international prizes like Booker Prize, etc. And Kamala Das was recognized for or nominated for Nobel Prize. Tagore is the only person to receive that, but Kamala Das was also nominated for that particular thing. And Salman Rushdie, then Jhumpa Lahiri, Kiran Desai, Aravind Adika, Arundhati Roy are major Indian writers who won international prizes as well as recognition. So go through these writers. Others are being just mentioned here. We will be go through some important writers of the time. Not everyone in detail, but important. Starting with Khushwant Singh. Khushwant Singh is actually very known for partition novels. He is one of the greatest Indian writers as well as journalists of the time. He was a versatile genius, actually. He was a lawyer, an information officer, journalist, editor. He was also an MP. Okay. Actually, his experience of the 1947 partition of India inspired him to write Train to Pakistan in 1956. And remember that he was awarded Padma Bhushan in 1974, and he's a Sikh person. He's from the Sikh community. But there was a protest or a siege, the Golden Temple by the Indian Army during 1984. And he was completely dissatisfied by that particular siege, and he returned that Padma Bhushan award in or against this particular siege. His important works are just mentioned here. Why I Supported Emergency in 2004, Delhi, a novel in 1990, I Shall Not Hear the Nightingale in 1959, The Portrait of a Lady, Collected Stories, and The Good, Bad, and the Ridiculous. Give more importance to A Train to Pakistan. Coming to Niratsi Chowdhury. He writes in English and Bengali. And actually, he focused on histories and cultures of India during British colonialism. And he is very famous for Autobiography of an Unknown Indian in 1951. Okay, actually, this is a very controversial book that you know about. He was even terminated from his government service by the publication of Autobiography of an Unknown Indian. And even he was deprived of his pension and he was blacklisted from everything, even including getting any pension or any particular permission from the Indian government. Only because he had an unabashed admiration towards the British government or the Western culture. His other works are also mentioned here. A Passage to England, The Continent of Sirs, Intellectual in India, Culture in the Vanity Bag, Hinduism a Religion to Live By, and Thy Hand Great Anak, which is a sequel to Autobiography of an Unknown Indian. Okay. So, study about Autobiography of an Unknown Indian. That particular book is actually divided into 4. And each book has 4 chapters. Study the title of these 4 books. And remember the term or remember the title Thy Hand Great, and actually it is taken from Alexander Pope's The Dunciad. Alexander Pope's The Dunciad. Coming to Bharati Mukherjee, an Indo-American Canadian writer. She has written many novels, short stories, then non-fiction novels, and she's very famous for The Tiger's Daughter, which is her debut novel. And it revolves around the character Tara. And actually, you can see she's an Indian American Canadian writer, which means that the problems of immigration, kind of identity crisis, all these things could be seen in these kind of writers, these kind of immigrant writers. She's very famous for Jasmine, which is in kind to have an influence with Jane Eyre. Then her Desirable Daughters, The Tree Bride, all these are important novels written by Bharati Mukherjee. Then comes Nazim Ezekiel. And remember, he is an Indian Jewish poet. And he was a foundational figure in India's or post-colonial India's literary history. Specifically Indian poetry. He was awarded Sahitya Akademi Award for his collection, later disbanded, and he wrote Naples, India and Mine. Okay, actually V.S. Naples wrote An Area of Darkness, which was a travelogue describing our country, in which it was a deeply pessimistic work, in which he represented India as a very awkward country. So he replied it with Naples, India and Mine in 1976. And actually that particular work, Naples' work, was actually banned in India for his negative portrayal of India and its people. So he won Padma Shri in 1988 and also won Sahitya Akademi Award in 1983. Coming to A.K. Ramanujan and his essay, Is There an Indian Way of Thinking, that you should study about. A.K. Ramanujan, he was a folklorist, then translator, academician, essayist, etc., etc., a versatile one. Okay, so actually he was truly influenced by the Indian way of thinking. So that he wrote, Is There an Indian Way of Thinking? He translated U.R. Ananthamurthy's Samskara. And this particular one, 300 Ramayanas, 5 examples and 3 thoughts on translation. Okay, that is the most important one because in which he talks about different perspectives in which Ramayana is being taught. Okay, different perspectives, more than 300 perspectives. In a particular perspective, we can see, in a particular one, you can see Rama and Sita as siblings. In a particular one, Sita as Ravana's daughter. So, more than 300 kinds of perspectives or points of view has been discussed in 300 Ramayanas. Then coming to Anita Desai. She was shortlisted for Booker Prize 3 times, but never received one. But Kiran Desai won it. He won Sahitya Akademi Award for Fire on the Mountain in 1978, which is her first novel or the debut novel. Okay, here also you can see about the problems of female immigration, about female frustration, likewise in a society like India, etc. Study Cry the Peacock, Fire on the Mountain, and In Custody in 1963, 77, and 84 respectively. Coming to another writer, that is Shashi Deshpande. Here also Shashi Deshpande's works centers around women's lives in modern Indian society. So you can see the major important works just mentioned here. Roots and Shadows is one of the important works written by Shashi Deshpande, and also That Long Silence, for which she won Sahitya Akademi Award. She won Padma Shri in 2009. Actually, That Long Silence, the title is also important. It's about the failure to communicate and assert one's own self. Actually, here the character Jaya, who is the protagonist, she is facing this kind of silence in front of her husband. She can't assert her own self. And primarily, she is a feminist writer. She portrays women's life in the Indian society, modern Indian society. Coming to Salman Rushdie, the most controversial one. British Indian novelist and essayist, and he won Booker Prize in 1981. That's why I have told those writers, Indian writers who won international recognition is important from the point of view of examination. And he widely wrote on magical realism, satire, post-colonialism, etc. Actually, Salman Rushdie's way of writing or the methodology of writing is mixing up magical realism with historical fiction that we see in Midnight Children. He always, his primarily concern is about the disruptions, migrations between Eastern and Western civilizations, etc. Then Shame, the Moose Last Sigh, then The Ground Beneath Her Feet, the satanic verses, which was very controversial, and even he was just against him. A fatwa was announced. Many death threats were announced against him, were made against him. Even a fatwa calling for assassination of Salman Rushdie, a supreme leader of Iran, Rahmatullah Khomeini, something like that. He even made a public assassination, calling for public assassination against him. But he was recently attacked and he lost his vision of his left or right eye, something like that. So the satanic verses and other modern works are just mentioned here. Give more importance to Midnight Children, from where we can expect question. And also about his Booker Prize in 1981. Coming to Jhumpa Lahiri, Nilanjana Sudeshna Jhumpa Lahiri. Actually, she's an American author known for her short stories, novels, and essays in English. More recently, she is Italian. Her debut collection is Interpreter of Maladies, which won Pulitzer Prize. She had some Indian nativity regarding her parents or something like that, but she is an American. So she won Pulitzer Prize in 1999. Her first novel, The Namesake, you can see it is adapted into a popular film of the same name. She is very famous for her short story collection, Accustomed Earth. Second novel, The Lowland, which is also the finalist for Man Booker Prize. So the second one, she's the second one to get international recognition from India. Coming to Arundhati Roy, the third one. Man Booker Prize in 1997 for her novel, The God of Small Things. Read the summary of, if you haven't gone through The God of Small Things yet, go through it. The themes discussed there about the portrayal of Kerala, especially Aymana, it is important. And more than that, she is also a political activist. She is involved in human rights and environmental causes. More than her fiction writing, you can see major essays written by Arundhati Roy. End of Imagination, Algebra of Infinite Justice, The Shape of Beast, Listening to Grasshoppers, Broken Republic, and the most recent one, Azadi, in 2020. So this is all about Indian English fiction. Now we will be moving to Indian English poetry, the oldest form of Indian English literature. Okay, actually Indian poets during who were writing in English, they have succeeded to nativize or Indianize English. They need to reveal typical Indian situations, like we see in Rabindranath Tagore, Kamala Das, Sarojini Naidu, Toru Dutt, Nizam Ezekiel. In all these writings of these people, or in all these writings, you can see they Indianized English. Okay, so in the beginning, you can see it was an imitative phase, like what we imitate the romantic poets of Britain, like Wordsworth, Shelley, Keats. The beginning writers, they imitated the British romantic writers. They tried to assimilate romanticism in their poetry. Later on, the writers become more and more political, like we see in Sarojini Naidu. She was a more political writer of the time. Okay, so major poets are just mentioned here. Henry Louis Vivian Derozio, Kashi Pratap Ghosh, Michael Mazzudan Dutt, Toru Dutt, Sri Aurobindo. A lot of questions were asked from Sri Aurobindo last time. Sarojini Naidu, Rabindranath Tagore, Kamala Das, A.K. Ramanujan, Nissim Ezekiel, then Naga Shahid Ali, Arun Kolatkar. Last time a question from Arun Kolatkar was also there. Nissim Ezekiel, always an asked poet. And also Jayanta Mahabatra. Starting with Bengali translator and poet Toru Dutt. Actually, she is known to be Keats, Indian Keats. She too died too young. She started writing at the age of 8 or 12. And she is very famous for her poem, Our Casuarina Tree. She was a translator. She was well versed in French also. She wrote a novel in French. Okay, and she's very famous for Our Casuarina Tree. And also in Indian fiction, we have discussed about her unfinished play. Okay, actually regarding the poetry of Toru, that in a way it fascinates us and also depresses us. Coming to Sri Aurobindo, who is first a philosopher, yogi, poet, journalist, and also nationalist. He wrote religious poetry called Narayan Darshan, lyrical, narrative, philosophical, and epic poems. His famous work is Savitri. And after a while, he led a spiritual life and leaving politics. His concept of integral education is actually famous regarding 5 phases, with physical, vital, mental, psychic, and spiritual kind of education. His concept of education is about integral being consisting of these 5 phases. He was the founder of Aurobindo Ashram and very famous for his works like The Divine, Life of Divine, then Synthesis of Yoga, etc. Then coming to Sarojini Naidu, who was a political activist and poet. Regarding Sarojini Naidu, known to be the Nightingale of India, the term was or the title was given by Mahatma Gandhi itself. Only because she wrote in a multitude of themes, not only included nature or romanticism, but also regarding nation, politics, freedom struggle, and what all things she experienced, she expressed to her poetry. And her first collection of poems is The Golden Threshold in 1905, with an introduction by the British critic Arthur Symons. Then her other important poems are just mentioned here. And her birthday, February 13, is celebrated as Women's Day. Remember that too. Then coming to Kamala Das, Malayali writer, very popular one, and he who was nominated for Nobel Prize from India just after Rabindranath Tagore. She wrote her first book of poetry, Summer in Calcutta, and she was truly inspired and influenced by confessional writers like Anne Sexton, Sylvia Plath, etc. She was very bold in expressing female affections as well as female love. At the age of 42, she published her autobiography, My Story. She is very famous for her poetry and introduction, which is written in an autobiographical tone. Major awards won by her is just mentioned here: Pen Asian Poetry Prize, Kerala Sahitya Academy Award, then Nobel Prize, nominated for, shortlisted for Nobel Prize, then Kendra Sahitya Academy Award. Okay, read her major poetry like A Hot Noon in Malabar, My Grandmother at 66, Summer in Calcutta, especially an introduction. Go through all these poems. Arun Kolatkar, who is very known for his poetry collection, Jejuri. Last time, there was a direct question, who wrote Jejuri? Who is the author of Jejuri? Actually, it's a collection of English poetry by Arun Kolatkar, who wrote in both Marathi as well as English. And he is the only Indian poet to be featured on the world classic title of New York Review of Books. He won Sahitya Academy Award in 2005, and he's very known for his place poems. Place poem means something related to the place. Actually, Jejuri is also a place. Is a pilgrim place in pilgrim site in Maharashtra. Likewise, when we are writing poetry about a particular place, it's known to be place poems. So he's very famous for Kalagoda poems, Sharpa Shastra, Jejuri. These Kalagoda poems and Sharpa Shastra is about the dark countryside of Mumbai. And these people comes along with the Bombay group of poets like Nissim Ezekiel. Now coming to Jayant Mahapatra. the first Indian poet to win a Sahitya Academy Award for English poetry. He also awarded with Padma Shri in 2009, and he is very famous for his two poems, Hunger and Indian Summer. Regarding hunger, he there discusses about physical hunger as well as emotional hunger. Not regarding physical hunger, not about our hunger of our stomach, but also about our sexual hunger and all those things. He wrote on the themes of nation and politics. He has authored 27 books of poems, 7 in Odia and 20 in English. He published his prose work Green Garden, and his magazine is Chandrabagha. Other important works written by Jayanta Mahabharata is also given there. Now coming to R. Parthasarathy, who is a poet, translator, critic, and editor. And here, actually, regarding R. Parthasarathy, his major works are Poetry from Leeds, Rough Passage, etc. And regarding Chilappadigaram by Ilango Adikal, it was translated by R. Parthasarathy. Chilappadigaram was translated by R. Parthasarathy under the title The Tale of an Anklet. Now coming to Indian theatre in English. Actually, Indian drama came to existence only after the influence of British drama. Actually, British introduced drama in India. It was a kind of entertainment plus education only to create a class of employees who could speak and write in English. That was their aim. But it turned out to be a boon for us, boon for the Indian people who got a chance to learn a new language as well as to explore the world. So gradually Indians came to be influenced by this rich culture and literature of the British. They started reading, they started reviving our own genres in Indian languages. And regarding Indian theatre in English, you can see started with the publication of Krishna Mohan Banerjee's The Persecuted. And in 1975, first modern production house was there or was introduced or found in Bengali. Actually, the state of Bengal, they contributed a lot for creating a foundational stone in Indian English writing. J.S. Lebdev, who is known to be the pioneer of Bengali theatre. In 1831, the Hindu theatre introduced or played Julius Caesar. And you can see Madhusudan Dutt, Rabindranath Tagore, C. Aurobindo as the pioneers of the Indian theatre in English. Give more importance to post-independence English drama, like Asif Karimpoy, then Vijay Tendulkar, Girish Karnad, who is of great importance for us from the perspective of our examination, and also Bedal Sirkar. Actually, the watershed in Indian English drama just came after independence. Actually, compared to other particular genres like novels or poetry, it did not make a noteworthy presence in the pre-independence era. It was only because that drama is essentially a composite art. It involves playwright, it needs actors, it needs audience. It is not as simple as poetry or fiction. So it's somewhat complex. Due to that complexity, the watershed in English drama came just after the independence. And you can see the contemporary Indian English dramatists like Manjula Padmanabhan, who is very famous for her work Harvest, Mahesh Dattani, Abhishek Majumdar, and Annie Sethi. So we can start with Asif Karimpoy. He is India's first authentic voice in the theatre. He is the first modern Indian playwright who has shown great interest in producing drama. He produced and his 29 plays. And he succeededly produced these 29 plays in the theatre. And his plays are actually marked or characterized by the versatility as well as the variety. He even coined new words. You can see the major works being mentioned here. The Dumb Dancer, The Doll Drummers, The Hungry Ones, Goa, Refugee, and Sonar Bangla. These are some of the notable plays by Karimpoy. Always his themes, or he is always influenced with the themes of East-West encounter, psychological conflicts, religion, philosophy. art, social and economic problems, which are successfully handled by Karampoy. Now coming to Vijay Tendulkar, another Marathi playwright who bridged the gap between traditional and modern theatre. He always depicted the agony, suffocation, and cries of the Indian society. He rebelled against all the established values of the fundamental orthodox society. He even criticized them in a very sharp and vehement manner. His plot mainly focused on the lives of the Middle English society, and he always focused on the oppression, the isolation, and sufferings faced by the individuals. Likewise, you can see in Silence Court, the court is in session. Okay, actually, he always focused on the hypocritical morality that each society keeps. His first play in English language was His Fifth Women. Then comes Sakaram Binter, which is about the domination of male gender, which you can also see in Silence Court is in session about the hypocrisy. The Rich, an island named Man, Kamala, Kanyadan, which is also important, and His Fifth Women. Then comes Girish Karnad, the important writer, Kannada writer, who is very famous for borrowing plots from history, mythology, and old legends. And for 4 decades, he was been composing plays using history and mythology, where you can see in Hayavatana, Nayakamandala, The Fire and the Rain, etc. Okay. Actually, he was very experimental with his works. He was a very experimental playwright. He won Jnanpith Award in 1998. Actually, it was through Tughlaq, which focuses on the Tughlaq and his Tughlaqian principles. His second play, which established his eminence. He actually focused on mixing between tales of mythology as well as history. That was his famous area or the major area he focused on. Next one, Bedal Sirka, who was a Bengali playwright and pioneer of a new theatrical movement in India. He created third theatre, which means a theatre supported and created by people. To be more precise, it's a kind of non-commercial political theatre in India, where the plays would be dealing with socio-political events, then psychological problems, existential crises, etc. Important plays are just mentioned here. Ivam Indrajit, Remaining History, Mad Horse, and There Is No End. And he founded his own theatre company named Shatabdi in 1976. Then comes the most important, Manjula Padmanabhan, the Indian playwright, journalist, comic strip artist, and children's book author. She wrote 2 plays, Harvest and Lights Out. Harvest is actually a futuristic play about how organ donation or how poverty and unemployment being exploited by the haves, or how have-nots exploits the how haves exploit the have-nots. And Lights Out, her another work, which is a play based on the real incident that takes place in Santa Cruz, Mumbai in 1982. Then comes Mahesh Dattani, and his plays deals with serious themes always. The thematized communalism, homosexuality, female infanticide, domestic abuse, sexual abuse, condition of unusuals in Indian society, etc. And the important thing is that the major thing to note is that he always keeps women at the center of his dramatic world. Major works are just mentioned here, Where There Is a Will, Dance Like a Man, The Girl Who Touched the Stars, Brief Cantil, Where Did I Leave My Parda, The Bag Fag City. And he is a writer who was truly influenced by Tennessee Williams and Arthur Miller. Such kind of influences and inspirations could be seen in the works of Mahesh Dattani. So this is all about Indian theatre. You can see how easily we concluded all these writers. Almost all the themes regarding these writers are the same. So if you go through these particular areas, it would be easy for you to score marks. We don't have nothing more to study like in British literature or criticism and theory. So go for these particular writers. Focus on these particular writers and their particular works as well as classics. That's the only thing needed. Okay. So that's all about Indian literature. Hope it was helpful for you. So before concluding the session, let me again introduce about our mission chair of Premier December batch, where the admission is closing soon. And you can grab your seats without delay if you are looking for the December examination. If you are not at all confident about the upcoming examination, join soon, prepare soon, prepare as early as you can. That is the right method or the right strategy to crack the examination. No other thing. Okay, so you can see various supports and features of our particular batch with all the help that we can provide for you. And also you would be getting major offers like student offer, mother offer, group joining and alumni offer. And there are also free guidance group for you with paper 1 and paper 2. You can scan the QR code and you can join that groups where you will be getting free classes, free study materials, monthly mega mock exams, etc., etc. Okay, so join soon. Get these kind of free classes and exploit it to the maximum and crack the examination. That's the only thing I can suggest to you. Okay. So hope this 4-hour long session was helpful for you. And all the best for your examination. Use the resources well, prepare well, take maximum number of previous year questions, and burn your Ignite. Prepare well and study well, and maximum revisions and maximum PYQ will help you well. So, thank you. It was a great pleasure to see you all here. Anyhow, let me pray and wish for each and everyone to qualify the next exam itself. And so happy for you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Happy learning. Goodbye.